Welcome back to the qualifiers for one of the regions going to the World Esports Cup. Felix, we've had a start on Asia. We've gone to Europe afterwards. Now we're looking at the Americas, and we've had a good day yesterday of 6 games. I think we have some clear storylines on the scoreboard, some teams that were really separating themselves from the rest, but we are looking at the last 6 games to close things out today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. I think yesterday has shown us that our predictions has kind of come true. I'm saying predictions, but it's only just been the one prediction, and that is that Chile and Brazil are going to run away with it. And so far, honestly, it looks quite promising. I think Chile especially has had an amazing day yesterday. But it'd be too easy. It'd be too easy if that was the case at the end of these 6 matches as well. I feel like so. I'm going to be excited to see how the rest of the teams, the run-ups especially, are going to perform today. And your favorites, Argentina, are very close by as well, aren't they?
They are really, really close, and they're the one team that can kind of throw us in for a bit of a loop today. They're the one team that has the best chances to break into that top 3, and they will have 6 games to try and do that today. Starting off as often, Sanhok, 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars to close things out late into the night. As you can see by the times there, those times are in European time zone. I know it's not as late for you guys, but it is pretty late for us. And yeah, we had, I think, a pretty close battle for first for a few matches yesterday, and then suddenly that broke off where Chile has kind of run away with things. And then Brazil is now fighting for second place with Argentina. So the battle is no longer between first and second. The battle right now between second and third. Yeah,
it's, as you said, the times, obviously, European times right now, CET, which is why plenty of the PUBG mobile community around myself has said that they're going to watch the VOD. It's just too late in the evening. But obviously for you guys out there in the America region, this is quite the healthy point in time during your day, right on the evening. Let's head over to the point structure. Nothing too surprising. I think everyone knows this at this point, but we're just making sure because obviously this tournament is a little bit different. That all of you guys know how things are being played out here, especially since we only have 11 teams. So normally you'd see 9th to 16th place getting 0 placement points. This time around is 9th to 11th place, which shouldn't be that much of a surprise. Because once again, we only have 11 teams, or should I say countries, in this lobby. And then obviously for each elimination, you do get that 1 kill point as well. So that hasn't changed, which also means, this has been the main talking point yesterday, that there's going to be less kill points, obviously being able to be gathered. And that in turn means placement points are going to be, in comparison to kill points, a little bit more important because... Yeah. Just based off of what we've seen, less big rounds being able to be secured. But then again, we had Chile still coming out strong.
Yeah, and you say less big rounds, but yeah, Chile was able to put up quite a lot of those. They've been able to get away multiple wins yesterday. They were kind of really running away with the show after having a really quiet match 1, especially the Erangel game. We just saw one little highlight where I think they had their 19-kill chicken dinner, right? And able to close out 2 more afterwards was crazy for them. And so far, they are deservedly at the top of the standings, with Brazil looking way better at the start and quickly falling off. I feel like quickly falling off to be a consistent, good second place. And then towards the end of the day, Argentina really picked up the slack and came and brought themselves into the conversation.
Yeah, Argentina, the closest run-up right now to these top spots. But I'm saying top spots, it's really only Brazil that can be caught up to realistically. Chile, with what they've shown us yesterday, is probably not going to be caught. I mean, I hate to break it to you guys, but 96, I think 69 or 96 points, something. I think 96, actually. I think they were in the 90 points area, which is, I think you said it yesterday, 16 points average is unfathomable in a lobby like this. Unfathomable considering you only have 40 other players you can essentially take down, and these guys had a almost 20 killed in a lobby like this, which I think... scaled up to a 64 lobby would probably be something around the 25, 26, 27 point mark, I'm guessing. I mean, it should be that in the pause, maybe I'll get down to it and actually break down the numbers, but it should be something around that area, which gives you kind of a good perspective on how crazy that actually is. It's 19 kills, but it's 19 kills in this lobby. That's the point I'm trying to make. So, yeah, Chile, I don't think they're going to be caught up to today. It needs 1, maybe 2 dinners even for Brazil to be able to catch them.
Yeah.
And then we only have 6 rounds, so no one else is really going to be able to do that otherwise. So, yeah, Brazil is going to be the team that we have to talk about and especially watch today.
It's crazy, and we see a fight of Brazil versus Argentina there yesterday. A really impactful one where Argentina was kind of the bridesmaid yesterday, just getting second place all the time and not able to close one out for themselves, but consistently getting those second places was able to keep them in the contention. And now suddenly we're at a point in time where the gap is so big that we're actually pretty much talking about second place unless something crazy happens. So I think you're absolutely right. There is a theoretical chance 36 points can be caught up in a day, but it would have to be, for Chile not to qualify, it would have to be 2 teams getting that, right? And so both of the second and third place team would have to have a really good day, and Chile would somehow have to fall off completely, and I just don't think that's happening. I don't think the way they're playing and the way they are just going for fights, and they isolate good fights, and they're not taking every fight, they're taking really good fights and winning them very clearly, so I don't see why that would just fall apart out of nowhere.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard right now. Argentina in second place. Yeah, we're talking about 96 points. Chile obviously being the first 96 points. We've talked about this, but second place, that's what it really comes down to. Argentina with that very last game, despite not winning a round. That's the crazy thing about it. They haven't won a round yet, and they're still on 61 points. And Brazil obviously being the runner-up that has won 2 rounds, only on 60. We've seen this at the very beginning of the first round. We were all really confused on how Brazil played. We thought they were going to go just aggressive, push out. That's the infernal rage we know. These guys like to play aggressive. It's an aggressive region just in general, but they've really slowed things down. They wanted to go for the chicken dinner. And then we actually thought about, the point structure and, 11-team lobby. And it kind of made sense to us. But if you don't actually take your chances, like Brazil hasn't in the later stages of yesterday, then you're going to be overtaken by a team that's a little bit more consistent, at least getting some placement points on the board instead of just winning anything. And that's been Argentina. Good news is, though, it's only a point, and the cutoff to 4th place, even though that doesn't really mean anything to Brazil because it's not in qualification spot, is 18 points. So, I mean, it's going to be a big step up for Dominican Republic if that happens. And they should be able to take Brazil.
It might be the more interesting story at some point here. If Chile, the team we see on our screens right now, Potro, Milovan, Messi, I think, Messi, maybe, but he's Chilean, so I'm not sure if it will be Messi and Elite.
Probably not.
If they play normally, if they play something that you would expect from a team of this roster, maybe not as good as yesterday, but maybe just your normal 5 to 8 points per game, then we're not going to be talking about first place at all, and then maybe it's going to be a Dominican Republic, a Colombia, or somebody else further down the line that pushes themselves up to 2nd and 3rd and actually makes that conversation more interesting. Maybe it's not just going to be Brazil and Argentina battling it out for 2nd, and maybe somebody else has a say in this, and maybe that becomes the story of the day.
It's simple. It has to be simple, right? Now that I'm looking at it, his nickname, that's got to be simple because the S1 in the end. But yeah, that's making a lot of sense now. But if you're a pro,
stupid now.
No. If you're a pro player, if you're a pro player out there and you want to get yourself known, then use your correct nickname. I mean, come on. I mean, to some degree, it's not even for us. It's for you out there. Imagine you hit the nuttiest clip of all time in this qualification, and then
the caster is going, "Oh my God, said one will do it."
And your actual name is Simple. I mean, that could have happened yesterday. So Simple, please change your name. Either way, good to have him back. He's been having a massive performance as well, and especially considering he's had a massive performance, it's kind of sad. Guatemala here on the screen as well with some good names. J-Rock, obviously, Fishy is in there. Mr. Terror not playing today. He hasn't played yesterday, so I'm guessing he's not going to play today. Alex and Tony as well. Tony especially got to give him a shout out before we switch over to Argentina. Has been the last player for Guatemala quite often. He's been having quite good survivability.
Yeah, trying to put up numbers when the rest of the team has already fallen. This is a big team, though, that we have to talk about. This is Argentina. And I said yesterday I didn't believe they would be a contender, but I would love if they were, and they came and proved me wrong. They went absolutely out there, got themselves a ton of placement points without a single win. I think first two matches, you could say good salvages, not really something you can expect, but afterwards they played really solid PUBG and pretty much just lost fights to the big dogs a lot of the time, right? Like important fights that they lose to Chile or to Brazil, and that pushed themselves from first to second, but still in a great spot to close out the qualification here today. And if they end up above Brazil today, and if they end up going to the World Esports Championship, that's already a massive upset just by itself.
Yeah. Interesting. By the way, Hattie from the Argentina lineup, he got 4th in the PMSL America qualifiers, I believe. Yeah, it must have been America's spring qualifier. And barely missed PMSL America's spring season, obviously, by a single point. Or rather, a single ranking. I don't think it's been a point. I think it's been a couple of points. But a single ranking, otherwise he would be in there with the rest of his team, or at least some of his teammates. So, unfortunate scenario for him. As we head on over to Panama, these guys have shown us willpower, I guess you could say. They've definitely shown us willpower. And they've really tried to salvage as much as they could in plenty of these rounds. Made sure that if they had early fights, to at least have some players get out of it. And, you know, to really try their best. But if you have competition like Chile, if you have competition like Brazil, it's just not getting any easier, you know, to find anything in the rest of the round. And unfortunately, they haven't really been able to find any big rounds either. Panama currently sitting at the very last place. Unfortunately, 11 points only have been secured in the first 6 rounds.
Yeah, not the start of the tournament they would have wanted, but not a tournament they were favorites in at any point. Maybe a similar story for Ecuador, who we didn't expect to go out and do great things, but they were a menace in some of the games. It's just consistency is a big issue for a lot of these teams towards the bottom. They have their little pop-ups, but then they also have a lot of games where they just can't get anything going. And I remember there was a whole lot of hot drops in there, especially coming to these rosters. That really cost them quite a lot, and cost them a lot of time, a lot of players, a lot of position in early circles. So it's no surprise in some sense that they are sharing the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if they have the 5th player coming in today, because Bree, I don't think Bree has played yesterday. I'm not sure. I thought 80s played yesterday. I'm pretty sure 80s played yesterday. Yeah. So this might hinder the lineup change. Is it too late for that? Unfortunately, it's a best of 12, so probably, mathematically speaking, they're going to have to win every single round if they want to make it into qualification. Argentina has to have some pretty bad ones. Well, every single round would probably be an overstatement, but probably like 3 out of 6 if they really want to make it and have good rounds in the rest of them. So the first round's probably going to tell us enough on whether or not they will have chances. But heading over to Suriname, they're surprising me. I think overperforming just a tiny bit. Yeah. They've shown us that these guys can fight. Had a couple of rounds with around 4 kills. I think 3 rounds with a minimum of 4 kills, which is a pretty good performance for a rather unknown region, a rather unknown country, even, I might add. I think outside of, obviously, the Americas region, it might be a fairly unknown country. But Suriname is putting themselves on the map with these representatives. 28 points, and with a tiny miracle, potentially still in the running.
Yeah, solid performance brings them into 6th place. Solid performance by their fans in chat. I think it was one of the flags we saw the most yesterday was Suriname. Even though Chile was completely dominating in a game. Colombia, though, is the team we have on our screens right now. And they're a team that's been at the World Esports Championship before. And they're a team that could do it today. Big day for them, good day for them. And a bit of a falter for Argentina or Brazil. And suddenly they're right up there, right? If they start the game, if they start the day strong on Sanhok, then they could easily get themselves up there and could be an absolute contender. So they are one of the teams we're looking out for today. And we're hoping that they make it exciting and that they make it close at the top.
Dominican Republic. I think we're on the topic of, hoping that some teams are going to make it to the top. Dominican Republic, probably the most surprising team at the top ranks, even though it's not that surprising either. I've talked about Inactive. He's not been the carry I hoped he was going to be. He's been there. He's been active. He's had impact. But I wouldn't have figured out that he was kind of a star player if I wouldn't have known beforehand. So, Inactive, maybe if he steps up today, they've got a chance. We're talking about the top 4, especially in terms of teams that are in the running. Maybe add Colombia to the mix, realistically, like actual good chances. Maybe add Colombia if the first round, goes well, and Brazil and Argentina maybe have a little bit of a slump, and maybe the Dominican Republic as well. But yeah, that's one of the teams that is still in the running. Talking about being in the running, there they are, the big dogs in the lobby that have not quite reached that full potential yet. And I expect this, and this is my prediction now, Corvo. This is going to change today. Brazil is going to turn up. They're going to start their engines. They're going to get into 5th, maybe even 6th gear. And they're going to win a couple of more rounds. And I think they're going to play more aggressive as well. I think they how many they can actually...
So you're stealing my day one prediction, basically. Where I said
Did
they
I?
might not be in the top 2 after day 1, but I expect them to be top 2 after day 2.
Did you actually say that?
Yeah, I said that at the start of the broadcast.
That
I said they're maybe too much of a favorite, you know? It might be a little, too low pressure for them to actually get all excited and all super focused. And maybe that turned out yesterday. We'll see if the second part turns out today. But we'll have to quote famous words yesterday, we'll have to wait and see. USA is the last roster though, a team that we weren't sure how well they were going to do. We thought there was potential there, but there was potential for things to go wrong as well, and I think we've seen a little bit of both. A pretty frag heavy team. When you look at how they get their kills, they're 9th, but they are, I believe, 5th or 6th in kill points, so not really been getting the placement points they would have wanted in this lobby, but
yeah, also
consistently getting a few kills on the board.
Talking about kill points, they're one of the only teams, I think, together with Chile and Argentina, that has never had a round without kills. These guys are just... I think that's due to the fact that obviously the early game has unfortunately been just really chaotic for them time and time again. They just haven't figured out a way to consistently dodge these fights, and they haven't really been going out of their way either to dodge these, right? They kind of want to have them. I think they realized in the last 2 rounds as well that they kind of need to take them in order to have a chance. At this point, you know, just points-wise speaking. But yeah, these guys, as we said, one of the few teams that has always gotten a kill point in a round.
Yeah, I mean, and we've seen that in the past in other qualifiers. It can work to some extent, and it might work to get you into a top 8, but it's probably not going to get you into the top 2 if you're not really getting any of the placement points going, right? So it's held them somewhere around a contention point, but they're not in a position now where you would expect them to do anything. If it was a top 4, you know, maybe I'd say sure, but they just haven't found the consistency you need to be able to push yourself into a top 2 of any lobby, and that's the nature of this tournament. That's the nature of this qualifier. We're gonna have to send 9 teams home, and right now the USA is looking like they're one of them, but they still have 6 chances to show everybody what they can do, and they have 6 chances to show everybody that they deserve to be playing for the USA regardless of the outcome in the end. And I think a lot of teams have come here today to do that, and there's something special about representing your nation. There's something about playing for your country, and I think everybody will want to show that they have what it takes to represent their country, and they will do their very best today.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. As we are heading into the very first game of the day, it is Sanhok, and we touched on this yesterday. It is, I want to say, one of the fairer maps now that we only have 11 teams. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be, but this time around, it kind of feels nice. I'm just going to say it like it is. It feels nice. It feels like a frag-heavy map. It feels like this is how Sanhok was supposed to be played in competitive. You have the option for car rotations now, depending on your loot squad. Obviously, if you have enough cars, that might be the one thing that, you know, we might have to tune if you were to play 11-team comp from now on out. But the rest of it, yeah, I like this map. Also, the whole crossing bridges and stuff, it gets so much more fair with less angles on you. This is a horrible circle for almost everyone. As we get back to the game, I think Ecuador's got a good chance now of taking spots early. We've seen Sanhok, but it was still played in the very big tournaments as well, be that unfair because this type of circle always ended close to the hill. Yeah. And the first team that just took the hill was always going to win it. And Ecuador's got the chance now.
Ecuador has a good chance to get themselves a super high priority spot here. Argentina as well, they can cross very early, but they can also decide to hold down the bridge, whichever they think is more beneficial to the game plan. Brazil coming out early out of the boot camp area could also be a thing, but if you were keeping an eye out and if you were attentive there, you saw that Colombia had some weird stuff going on. They have 3 players in Painan, and one of them, I think that was Achilles, was way off towards the east, was way off from the rest of the squad in the middle of a different team. So he's messed up his parachute a little bit, maybe a bit of a game restart there, a game crash, or maybe just a little bit AFK when the game started, is going to have to Well, he's going to have to try and come back to his squad somehow, and might cost them a whole lot of time because they could be going for one of these early rotations that we're seeing Brazil do right now, for example. And yeah, there's Legal going down. There's the first bit of messy problems for that Colombian squad that we were hoping could make a move today.
Yeah, first player goes down. It's Panama picking that one up. That is a very important pickup as well for the early game that they're in. We said when it comes to coming back, this first round is going to tell us who's got potentially another chance. Because for all these teams down from 6th place, if the first round doesn't work out, just from a mathematical point of view, it's going to get impossible. Right? If you're in 10 points territory, and we expect the first couple of teams to consistently score at least some kind of points, then you will have to win that first game to even get close to it, to be able to overtake them, even with a really high, maybe a triple point average in factor in comparison to some of these top teams. So we'll have to wait and see. Right now, 61 points and 98 points are the points for the top 2. And these guys, as of right now, will be going to Riyadh, Chile, Argentina, Brazil, and obviously the Dominican Republic, as well as Colombia, are still very much in the running. And these guys, as we said, will be the favorites to take that trip. No other fights so far, though, in Phase 1, as we expected to as well.
Yeah.
With so few teams, there is more space.
A little bit more space, and well gathered by Brazil there. We see already on the other side of the river, in the bottom sides of the mountain, even getting themselves a car to be able to move later on. So they went for a little bit of everything here. They went for a prio position on the top side, they went for a little bit of loot towards the bottom, and they went for a vehicle. So really setting themselves up for success here. As we see Colombia, they lose, not Achilles, the one who messed up his parachute. They lose Legal very early on the rescue mission, but now they're in. Now they went into the circle, and now they have to be extremely careful because they're cruising right into Uruguay.
Yeah, first play I think has been spotted already, but it is Navy taking him down. And, well, Navy against Navy to some degree. It might have been teammates actually. Cardiac against the Colombian player, and it's a 1-1 trade as far as I can tell. Not really favoring anyone, and well, the next 2 frags do go the way of Uruguay, and even though we haven't seen them, 3 frags being secured. But they have lost the play in the process as well, so this isn't really too much of a win. But Colombia especially, we said they needed a big first game in order to catch up. This has not been it. Very, very dire situation for them now.
Yeah, this is it's rough not only for the scoreboard, it's also rough for the mental, right? You were hoping to get the catch-up train going. You were hoping for the big comeback today. You kept telling yourself everything was possible if you just started off on fire, and then you start off like this, and it just gives you a big, massive dent in your game plan for today and in your confidence for today. So they would have to go crazy now in the next few games to have a chance, and they would have to hope now, sit, watch, and pray that the teams ahead of them don't have a good game.
42 points right now. Dominican Republic, with Puppy Shower especially, has shown us yesterday that these guys can fight. That they're willing to take risks. It's what you need. And quite honestly, as I've said before, the biggest upset in the top 4, maybe even top 5. Together with Argentina to some degree. And just a tiny bit more is needed. Maybe this will be the round, judging by their position right now. It could very well mean an easy entry into the next couple of phases as well. No one's really straight ahead of them. And to find a good position, we saw yesterday how important that is. Who knows, maybe they can pick up double-digit points, and that point it becomes very, very likely that with a good point average, they will be able to catch up to Brazil at the very least, maybe even Argentina, depending on how this game goes.
Always a chance, and as long as you keep things in your own hands as possible, it's just, you don't want to be giving it out of your own hands. You don't want to be giving everything to the hope of other teams underperforming. Panama now on a big send with the cars right ahead of Guatemala. Shots might come out here. These players are fairly low by the blue zone, so a few tags will be all that's needed. That car is blowing up as well. That's a vehicle that's no longer being used. So a bit of a messy situation on that southwestern edge as the circle has gone into absolutely nothing. Shifts down from the hill, Felix, into the water. And the western coast is where you want to be right now. Not what a lot of these teams expected, but a circle that Argentina is perfectly set up for.
Yeah, if I'd be playing this, I'd just close my phone at this point. That is a horrible circle. If I'm anywhere outside the circle right now, legitimately, I wouldn't want to play anymore. Danny tries to at least get some kind of point on the board, but he's been taken down almost immediately as well. Battles is there, though, to bring things back. And Rogi has been taken down as a result. And now the Blue Zone obviously does its work too. And more knocks are raining on in. Chile is obviously trying to hold this from the distance as well. But for now, it seems like only Panama's really got angles on this. And I'm not too surprised. Panama obviously has to go for these wins and especially big rounds too. So it just is now finding that one frag and them seeing that Tony is died to the Blue Zone. They want to push this, but I think they must have realized by now that the last player unfortunately has gone out to the Blue Zone. That means no more frags being picked up. It is a good start for them though.
Yeah.
That being said, 4 points, nowhere close to being enough. They need like 4 more of these isolated finds to even get close to the realm that Colombia has.
Look at this though. Argentina has just lost 2 to Brazil and a third party from afar. I said Argentina was in one of the biggest spots in the circle. They've been breached. And they've not only not defended the breach, they've also lost 2 members and to Brazil. They're now trying to get out of there. They're now trying to defuse the situation and maybe find another spot to call home. So this is a big, big thing for everybody on the leaderboard. I say this, Mystic is very slowly cruising in with his car here. Papisawa more than ready, but he doesn't want to take the free kill. I'm not sure what he's waiting for, Felix, but he's going to try and take it now. And oh boy, Mystic on the wrong side of the car to survive that one. It's a disaster for Argentina to start the day.
Yeah. That is not how you want to start it. Not if you're in contention for qualifying. You have to avoid these 0-point rounds at all costs. Even 1, even 2, even 3 points would be enough to get close to the point average that they want to have. They can way easier bring it back in a good round or the next couple of rounds. But if you have a 0-point round, this is disastrous. The situation like this becomes very unlikely that Brazil and also Chile are gonna slow down if you have a game like that. And they're gonna realize this as well. If I'd be Brazil, seeing this in the kill feed that Argentina has lost players, I'll be playing even more safe because I don't need to take a risk at this point. If I play game for game, I play out this game to the best of my ability and play as safe as I can because every single point from here on out is going to be a point that, I get on top of that difference to Argentina. And that's a good situation to be in. But, well, I'll take it all back. Brazil's not doing that at all. They have a 2-1-1 split. But despite Argentina being taken out and despite this circle as well, they're controlling the entire center of it. And with that shift, surely they're going to group. But either way, they're in a great spot.
They're in a great spot right now. The only thing I was a little bit confused by is that they didn't want to get more aggressive towards Argentina when they were getting the 2 knocks, right? When they were getting the knocks and realizing, okay, we've just killed 2 of Argentina. I thought they would go a little bit more aggressive, using their man advantage to close that out instantly. Because like you said, every single point you get is a point you get out of Argentina, but that's only when you're getting those placements while Argentina is already out of the lobby. So giving Haiti a chance to rat and a chance to sneak up on someone, maybe get 1 or 2 kills, salvage the game for Argentina once again, is understandable when they were getting third party in this fight, but it's something they would have loved to avoid if they had the choice.
Brazil still playing that really dangerous split, and it goes to show you these guys are not fit. I thought they're gonna, take it a notch back, especially after what we've seen yesterday. I mean, they haven't really shown us that they want to go for these aggressive splits. And in a round like this, where Argentina's almost been taken out entirely, just 1 player left alive, I thought they're just gonna sit into the center, which they have the ability to do, and just, not saying rat it out there, but at least play it off of the zone that they've been given, because they've been given a great zone. But I think we might have seen a change just based off of the first 3 phases now that we can analyze already. They wouldn't have done this yesterday. I'm pretty sure of this. They wouldn't have done this yesterday. I think they want to play more aggressive today. They want to clean up these edges more consistently. And I think they realized that with all these other contenders doing that exact thing, you know, grabbing all the kill points on the edges from teams that just, you know, better than, honestly. I don't think there's a way around this. They're just better than in terms of mechanical skill power. And yeah, I think they've seen this. I think they want to mimic that. And we'll have to wait and see if that works. I think in this round, it could very well work, especially more of these types of fights happening on the edge now. This is a isolated fight coming out from the United States. We talked about these guys too. They're not afraid to take these kinds of fights, but they have to be careful. They're being walked into a trap right there, and the first frag is being taken by Piddles.
Awkward fighting around the shotguns, small angles. Lots of juking going around, but it's going the way of Suriname right now. 1 up though. Trent knocked as well. And it's lots of casualties on both sides. No one's getting out clean. The USA, can they get the res at least? Are they going to get third-partied by maybe the Brazil solo from a distance? Diego, you can see he's looking. You can see he wants it. But he's not going to engage it just yet. So they should get that res. And they should come out on top here, USA. A classic USA early fight that they do take away. And now with the circle now shifting off, we can maybe get a little bit more of the classic USA, which is struggling to get into this one. But looking at the map, this should be one that's fairly doable for the US-American squad.
Good stuff. And I'm still excited to see Brazil playing out this round. I think they're playing the most dangerous, but also most elaborate PUBG Mobile in this lobby for this game. Look at the split they have. Super risky, but also super high payoff if it works. You're denying so many positions from all these teams, and look what happens, right? You deny 3 centralized positions, everyone else is going to have to fight because there's just not enough spots, even in an 11-team lobby. And that's why we're seeing these fights at the edge happening, and Chile now in big trouble too. This is so interesting. I think Brazil could get really close. They play out the round, but I think the way they will be, with just high points, high kill points that just now picked up 2 against the United States, then even Chile might have to worry that with another good round, it could happen. But I'm thinking way too far ahead now. For now, it looks like Chile has big troubles to get any points on the board. The 1 placement has been secured, though, as the rest of the players on that northern side will rotate off. It's just a duel left, and I think the silence from Brazil or Uruguay in the center might be pretty wild to stop them to rotate even further.
Tough game for them. Classic Sanhok chasing blue zone. There's Hattie, though, getting himself a kill in the kill feed, knock and flush. And like we said, every single point matters, right? This is a big one. Oh, did he get 3 knocks? Oh, he could get another one here if he just stays on for just a little while longer. If he maybe gets a little help from range. He's trying to dodge around the rock. This could be massive if he finds it, but this is no HP on 80s. Imagine if he finds that. Imagine if he stays in the fight. That could have been the massive salvage that Argentina needed. Now I think he's only done the damage. I don't think he's actually flushed any of these kills out.
No, more nades are raining in. We started to see how Little Boy can third-party this. There might be a frag or 2 in this for him. Panama still trying to find some kind of angle. But, yeah, you can see Jizz is already trying to play this one a little bit slow. But there goes the knock. That's Legend finding one. And the Leon kids having the answer on Chile as well. Now the Dominican Republic is closing down. The frag has happened. Perfect bait for the vehicle. As Jesus gets knocked down as well. Flashed immediately after. Inactive now wants to close it out. Last player just behind the SUV. And good stuff. Inactive not only pre-fires it, his teammate is there to secure the frag. So both sides of the vehicle of the van are covered. And just like that, Dominican Republic grab more placement and also more kill points. 5 already. This might be an upset. Yeah. I think they're going to get very close to Brazil, or rather Argentina now, with the way Brazil is positioned inside the safe zone. Yeah,
they're closing the gap. They're making the moves necessary to push themselves up there. But they're playing versus 2 teams in front of them. Now, Papi Sour has a big off angle, but can't get anything going. That's a big step. That's a big problem when they have a 4-man Ecuador knocking on their doorstep. Would have loved to get at least the opening, even if he gets traded here, even if he gets traded. A knock buys a whole lot of time with the circle already moving and Ecuador not being in it. Would have loved to have that happen, but wasn't meant to be. Now they have to figure out where they want to go with this and where they're heading. They know about this Brazil player in the little tower. Do they know that it's a solo? Yes. Do they know he has teammates all across the map? No, they don't. But they will hear this fight, Felix. They will hear this breach any second now.
Yeah. And at that point, I think they might have to react a little bit quicker than what they're doing right now. Law, yes, he knows they're outside, but it's 3 players. The good thing about this is he's not being pressured just yet. That nade really fortunately doesn't hit anyone, but now he does, and now it's a 3-on-1. He can, wow, he's still alive. How is he still alive? So many players all around him, and Brazil is not really grouping out on him. Law kind of gets sacrificed there for the greater good. That's how it feels like at the very least. And Brazil, with the big split, still haven't grouped up until phase 5, are kind of losing control of this round. I really don't like this. I feel like Brazil had everything they needed to win this round, but due to the splits and just overconfidence, they're now throwing it away. One more player is there to secure at least one more knock. He just can't be flashed out, and he's holding this round really, really tight and really, really strong. There's 3 more players just outside of it. What more can Lorians do? It has to be a vehicle. He takes down 1. Maybe he can get a second one if he peeks around the corner. No, he can't. And that's the problem now. Brazil being eliminated. And, well, that's not how you play these splits. Unfortunately, Brazil losing what felt like really their round.
Crazy stuff. That they actually commit to the split for so long and actually not even the only compound they have 2 players in. Those 2 players weren't able to help each other at all, right? We saw how long Law was playing around that building, trying to dodge around the windows, getting nades outside, still completely left to his own devices. No support there from the squad, and it does just come back to bite them in the long run. Dominican Republic 3-man up, they take down the 1 player in the tower, and now they're playing catch up, and now they are in the runnings for it because everybody else completely eliminated. Circle is not all too bad. If they can hold off, if they can take out Ecuador, then suddenly they're looking fantastic for a 3rd place, or at least closing the gap to both 3rd and 2nd.
Closing the gap will be amazing. I think every team right now is trying to look at the leaderboard situation, trying to figure out how many points they would need to close that exact distance. It looks incredibly promising with the way that Argentina has been taken out that early, but it's not yet done. It's not yet done. They still need to secure these rounds, and especially for the Dominican Republic, it's all on the line now. With this round win, with the 6 frags they've gotten, and potentially with the rest of the frags that they could potentially get, it would get incredibly close on the leaderboards. They could really, really use this round to catch up to Argentina. 1 more player now being taken out. It is Ecuador losing the first player in the later stages of this one, as the Dominican Republic is trying to throw a party. This could be an amazing nade. I think it's going to hit quite well too, but by the looks of it, no flash yet being secured.
Oh, the explosion takes out Darian as well. They're in so much trouble here. They're just so nailed down. They're so pinned down, and now the nades are raining on in. They're a little far. The shots come back, though. At least 80s gets 1. Should be a res on to Emperador, but will cost them a whole lot of time as well. So Uruguay, Dominican Republic, they're both trying to combine forces here to keep Ecuador from getting into this. And with the zone shifting the way it has, there's almost no space left. There's almost nothing survivable for Ecuador in this zone. You can see it's just pixel angles that they're still surviving in. USA about to be taken down as well. So Uruguay is going to have plenty of space to move in, but they're the only team in the lobby that is free to do so.
Yeah. Only real team with an option as well. I'm not sure what else you can play in this one. I think Cardi is trying to rotate just below the Dominican Republic. That's a good play. Secures him control of the center of the circle, and also Dominican Republic, because of Ecuador, and also because of their teammates in his back, can't really peek this. So the Dominican Republic now with a really tough job at hand. Good thing is it shifted all the way down south. So that means they don't have to move just yet. I think Ecuador is going to have to move before them. And if they do not lose anyone against Ecuador, who are pushing right now, then it becomes very, very possible. A well-cooked nade is going to take Dallas down to very low HP, and they're all in front of it. Legend still doesn't want to peek. He really could at this point. If that nade would have been cooked any better, but he's got another one. He could have taken down every single one of Ecuador. Now the nade rains in, it hits the tree. How unfortunate is that? But Legend already is cooking the next one, and now he has to hit someone. Right, surely it's going to hit and take down someone. And yes, it does. Darian, one more knock comes through. He needs to get these flushes, though. But he's been taken down to very low HP by the blue zone too. Hiji barely finds a spawn in there. Meanwhile, his teammates have all been taken down.
He finds one, he finds two, but his team is fallen by the wayside, and it's actually Uruguay from the bottom that takes control here, takes everybody out. 2 solos on each side. 80's last one up. He's dancing, he's actually finding one, and the second player is so far down. Joaco, nothing to do about this. He's going to get the nade on out. It looks beautiful, and it will close the game. Uruguay is running away with it at the end, and that was maybe the chance missed for the Dominican Republic. Uruguay, the sun on the flag, will take away our first game on the sunniest map.
One of the few players here from Uruguay that is also playing the PMSL and have been just a couple of months ago. The PMSL America's Spring, obviously, has played for Entity 7. Good representation here. They needed this win more than anyone. But the Dominican Republic was the one to be favored to take it, and they didn't. Very unfortunate stuff. They couldn't even take second place. That's also a big upset.
Yeah.
They just couldn't find any of these frags in Ecuador. And I'm surprised. Once again, I'm surprised because I felt like they would have taken this fight earlier. And they had the option to do so, but Uruguay couldn't really have done anything about it. And they had the massive advantage going into that fight too. But, man, Uruguay, good stuff. And that nade to close it off. I mean, Joaco, what a performance. And it starts off with this one. It starts off with this fight. Who would have thought that was going to be the start of a winning round?
Yeah, it's good clean pickup from Uruguay there at the start of the round. I just can't help but wonder if they had more smokes there, the Dominican Republic, or if they were forced to play this way, because they were really just, like we said, right? Only one team in the lobby can move, and that was Uruguay coming out of Cap Alpha. But you would have thought that maybe they could smoke this off a little bit, take control of one threat, and then move on to the other. And it wasn't meant to be. This was a big moment where Argentina had a chance to do something crazy. If Haiti would have gotten the 1v4, that would have been absolutely massive for the squad. But again, they have had plenty of salvages in the past, and this is the second massive moment that was a big question mark for me, guys. Brazil keeping the split all the way to the end with, they picked up a few kills along the way, but overall, that was a super winnable game, and it felt like they just kind of lobbed that out of their hands. Yeah,
they threw it away, honestly. I don't think there's any way about this. They threw it away. I was surprised to see them go for these aggressive splits. I thought things were going to change, and that's a perfect split as well. I mean, the amount of information you get, the amount of angles you have, and everyone else rotating in is amazing, but that only works if a 4-man team doesn't breach you, and it kind of only works and isn't to an advantage if you do it before, I want to say phase 5, but it's been phase 6 at that point, and they still had a 2-1-1 split. I mean, how weren't they expecting to be breached? They must have known it. They must have known that Ecuador was full 4-man as well. I mean, especially with 11 teams, it's not too difficult to read the kill feed. Obviously, something could have gone wrong there as well, but you would at least expect Ecuador to have some amount of players left standing. Well, they weren't expecting it. No chance for them to react against it, and Ecuador not making any mistake on that cleanup too. Yes, one player has been taken now, but that happens if the enemy has a DBS in hand. There's just no way around that. Always a risky thing to push, but you had to do it, and Ecuador did the right play. They did do it as well. They were able to clean up all these players. Yes, they lost one, but look what it gave them, right? It essentially gave them access to 2 compounds that they're really centralized, almost up until phase 9. So good stuff from Ecuador as well.
Yeah, well punished. Well appreciated that opportunity and used it to their best ability. 16 points is what they'll take home from it. 20 for Uruguay, 12 for the Dominican Republic. So a lot of the lower half of the scoreboard really coming back in the first Sanhok of the day, maybe bunching up that scoreboard quite a bit. Brazil with 8, Chile with 1, Argentina with 1. That's big news, and that's big news, especially for Argentina now, because they're on they're the next team to be passed by a team like the Dominican Republic if things go wrong. And Brazil, yes, they're making a bit of a step away from Argentina, but they haven't separated themselves from the pack either, which they could have done here if they just consolidated a little bit earlier. Tricky stuff, of course. Their split is beautiful until it doesn't work anymore. So
beautiful until it isn't.
Yeah, exactly. So it's always easy to say afterwards when the right time to group was, but it feels like you said, right? You talked about it plenty. Massive risk they're taking when all the competitors have been taken out, and all they need to do is play solid PUBG here. And solid PUBG is what we saw from Uruguay, holding down the compound they had, keeping it clean, keeping their edges clean, picking up a few kills on the way, and then just appreciating it at the end, making the right moves and closing out the game.
I want to see if Cardi is playing with... Who else is there? The Latin Kings and Navy SEALs. I think that's the team name. There must be someone else with that. Yeah, I think it's Achilles. Yeah. Achilles and Malkin and Molina. I think they're all playing together with Cardi on Latin Kings and Navy SEALs. So I think Jerry as well from Argentina. They're all on the same team, which is interesting.
I think Molina is the only one with Navy in his name tag. If I'm not fully mistaken.
There's another one.
It was definitely Navy versus Navy in that fight after the breaches that we saw. And
Colombia and Uruguay, I think that was. No. Uruguay and
Colombia. Yeah, Colombia. That's correct.
Yes, of course, Colombia. Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah, Colombia in 6th, Uruguay now in 5th after that game. 45 points for them. 9 points behind the Dominican Republic, who is 8 points behind Argentina, who is 6 points behind Brazil. And I think basically what we said at the start of the day is materializing here a little bit. The battle for second can get extremely interesting. And if Chile would keep faltering like this, the battle for first might also be a thing. But for that to happen, they would really have to surprise us today in the worst way possible.
Yeah, in the worst way possible. They got to choke. They got to choke this game. I'm just going to put it out like that.
I didn't want to say it, but you're absolutely right.
I'm just going to say it for you. They got to choke. And Chile has done just that. And Brazil has as well, which is why we have the leaderboard situation that we have right now.
I don't know what's up with that pronunciation. I don't know why it's choke.
Well, it's a big choke, you know. I'm trying to empathize it.
Uruguay did not choke.
I just tried to empathize it because Brazil had everything they wanted in this round, and more. They had the entire south, they had the entire west, they had the entire center of it. Everything that you kind of won in this round up until phase 7 is what they had. Every single compound, and there's not even a good way to get breached there. If you have these compounds, you know everything around you is surrounded by open fields. So even just 2 players in some of these compounds would have potentially been enough to make something happen, but unfortunately, they'll be picked off one by one. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it is time, Kovu, isn't it, to take a quick, very short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time.
I keep on thinking about this joke. I still can't believe Brazil has lost this round. But either way, we're taking a very short break to get into the last 5 matches of today. And the second one might give us a hint whether or not Dominican Republic is able to catch up to the front-leading Pubg around Argentina, around Brazil, and around Chile. Ladies and gentlemen, we've almost witnessed history right then and there. One of the underdogs had the potential to take it away and close up to these top 3 that we've been consistently mentioning. And it's the Dominican Republic, but they fell short in the end to Uruguay with a massive nay. Joaco proving us wrong when it comes to potentially coming back. I didn't expect it. I'm not sure you did, but Uruguay is on the map as well now. There are a couple of other teams now, as well as the Dominican Republic, with the chances to close up. Maybe Ecuador is going to be one of them if they have another big round like this.
Yeah. We talked about it at the start of the day. The battle for first is crazy. The battle for second is super possible. And Uruguay making a big move there. Ecuador as well, making a big move for themselves. And they're going to see right now, looking at the scoreboard after the game, they're going to be like, wow, we're pretty close actually. This is kind of crazy, you know? Like, it didn't feel like that after day one, but the scoreboard is still bunched up enough and it's still close enough that you can do anything if you have a good day. And that was a really good start to the day for Uruguay. It's a bit of a different start to the day every time when you start on Sanhok, right? It's a different map than all the other 2. So they have to somehow transfer that momentum to the other maps, which is not an easy task. But for when we talk about a team that goes out really early, I think Colombia, for example, right? Disaster of a game. And then you have a team like Uruguay. We're in a way worse position than Colombia to start this day off. Now, they've not only passed them on the scoreboard, but they've also have a completely different mindset and mental attitude towards the rest of the day. It's starting to become very, very possible, I think.
Yeah, teams just are not allowed to choke at this point. Even if you think you're qualified, like probably Brazil has maybe not out of the last day, but at least in the midst of the last day. They probably were like, yeah, we're qualified already. We've got enough points on the board to just roll this out. Yeah. We know how this lobby feels now. We know that we can get consistent placement. And then, you know, kind of this break happened. And other teams were able to step up, Argentina especially. And they realized, I think, at the very latest after this day had finished, that, wait, we actually got to perform. And I think as soon as that realization set in, I think they realized they got to play different as well. And I think that's what we saw in this very first game. Now, I know I said it. I know they choked this game. They should have grouped up earlier, I think. And I'm not one to backseat game and put it out like this. But I think in this one, it's been quite obvious what the mistake was. And I think also that this might not be an indication that this will never work and that they're going to change their play style now. I actually think it's quite the opposite. I think that's the correct way to play it. If you're a team like Brazil and you have the options to take that much space and the individual strength as well. So if they just keep on trying it, I think it's going to work eventually, if not in the next game already. And that's going to be my prediction as well. I think Brazil, with this type of play, they're going to step it up. I think it's going to get dangerous for other teams. And I think them not grouping earlier is not going to happen again.
I think it's a tricky question always, right? When something doesn't go right, that doesn't mean the strat is necessarily wrong. But I would rather see them be too greedy than to see them be too scared and too quiet, right? Because they have the individual skill to do crazy things, even in 1 versus 2s, 1 versus 3s, 2 versus 4s, all that kind of stuff. So rather play too greedy when you're better than the lobby than play too scared and too simple. So yeah, I think it's not a bad sign. It's not the worst thing in the world. How they will, what lessons they will draw from this game is up to them, and we'll have to just check out whatever they do on Erangel, where they have 3 chances to cement their standings. They've now separated themselves a tiny bit from Argentina, but there's a lot of hungry sharks in the water just right behind them, right? So they either gotta keep swimming or they're gonna drown. And I think we all expect Argentina to stay afloat, or Brazil to stay afloat and keep swimming, but the other teams aren't sleeping either.
No, I don't think so. I think these teams are ready for it. We saw the Dominican Republic coming back now with another good game. It's it's in the cards for them to potentially maybe even get into the top 2. I know Brazil has had some points in the last game as well. I know Argentina really hasn't, so it's somewhere around the 68 mark. But it's only been like 12, maybe 13 points difference between Dominican Republic and Brazil. And that's not even accounting for Argentina. Yeah. Right, Argentina with a good game would automatically be overtaken, unless obviously they have a big game as well, which by the looks of it is not the start that they're doing right now. So, man, I'm excited to see it. I want to see the Dominican Republic come back. I said that was one of the teams that I I expect to be in contention with these top 2 at the very beginning of the tournament, so start last day. And they're slowly but surely making sure that this prediction is coming true. It didn't look like that in the first 3 games, gotta be honest. Dominican Republic did, they looked weak. I'm just putting it out like this. I want to be straight today. I want to give it to you guys straight. And yeah, this has changed now. I think they're looking dangerous. I think they're looking more grouped up as well. They're not losing players unnecessarily, which they have before. And they're closing out fights consistently without losing a player. And that's the biggest part in this one. Because look how many isolated fights we actually have. There's very rarely any third-party action going on. Almost never. Because there's just not enough team on your edge.
Yeah. It depends a little bit. Obviously, sometimes you get a little bit unlucky, but I like what you're saying there, and I do have to agree. They look way cleaner, and they look not crazy aggressive, not crazy proactive, but they look decisive when they do things, and they did a lot of things really well that game, all the way until the end. Not everything they did was perfect, but towards the end, they played a lot of really good Pubg, and they made a lot of really good decisions. Is it going to be enough to past the fancy top dogs that are seemingly on another level? We'll see. But they are putting themselves in a spot where they have a chance now, at least.
Will they be able to grab a hold of that top 2? This is what we're going to figure out. This is match number 2 of the day. Of the very last day as well, here at the Iesf World Esports Championship qualifiers for the America region. It's not really been decisive yet, but we had the top teams perform. I want to give it up for Chile, especially right now. These guys look qualified, even though the last game was a little bit lackluster. It was probably the worst game they've had up until this point, right? It must have been, with a point average of 16. You can't really afford a bad game, and I don't think that's happened either.
That's the crazier thing as well. They had a 3-point game to start the day, right? And then they still ended the day on a 16-point average. But now this is by far their worst one. This is worse than the first game on the first day. That being said, they came back incredibly strong on game number 2. And now game number 2, Millie Circle. They're looting around the Ferry Pier area. They could be one of the first teams across. This could be a great one, or it could be a terrible one if they lose a player earlier here.
Talking about losing a player, we know that there's one team. Unfortunately, the one team I was rooting for the most, actually, having lived in the United States, and always had a sweet spot, obviously, for that region. But yeah, talking about losing a player, these guys, unfortunately, have done so plenty of times. this time around, I think they've gotten away with the scare. They'll pick up a second vehicle too, and they will stay alive as 4. But yeah, good stuff from the United States. They've turned it around as well. Not turned it around enough to, I think, grab a hold of these top 2 qualification spots. But having said that, they've turned it around enough to prove that they have been worthy so far in terms of playing and representing the United States. First blood has now been taken. It is Chile. Just when you think these guys have had a bad game, they're coming back, and they might even have the chance to go for another one. I think they're going to change this. And Iesf, we've called him. I gotta look back and check who that is. I don't think he's on the official roster. Yeah, so it must be... It's not Elite. It's not Miliven either. We've seen him yesterday. It's not Potro, obviously. So...
It is simple.
It is simple, indeed. Yes, of course. Yeah, of course. Actually, I think I said this... Yeah, I think an hour ago. I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Never mind me. So it is simple.
It's simple, or I mean, yeah, it probably is. But like we said before, right? Don't make it hard for everybody if you can avoid it. But I mean, in all fairness, you know, there we have the Navy players we talked about between the games, Malkan and Molina. Legal instantly locked out of the car as the bridge camp is in full effect. Joaco, the one who clutched the last one, already got himself a nice and early kill here, trying to hold down the bridge for Uruguay. But he's on a bit of an island here, Felix. I think they don't know. I think they're not aware of how weak this position is. But the man has nothing. The man has no meds. The man has no util. He has a level 1 helmet, and he's completely alone here. So this is something that feels scary, and you don't want to cross that bridge. But you don't know it, but you definitely could if you really, really wanted to.
I'm very confused by this. Because, like, realistic, what's your play here? You knock one player out of the car, you're going to get the flash? No. So they will probably stop driving. And even if you do get a knock, maybe even two, you'll still have two players rotating right past you as you have the next fight going on, and that's disastrous. That should not have happened. Chile loses a player. 80s has been isolated here. There's another team close by. I think it is Brazil, and if they threat the kill feed now, they know Chile is not only a player down, but they're also fighting right in front of them, and Brazil could be breaching this. I would love to see that happen. That's direct competition that you need to take out. Now, I said this before. Chile, out of all the teams, maybe isn't the exact team to breach because they're just that far ahead, but then again, it's a 3-on-4. You should be able to take these consistently and not lose a player. So Brazil, I'm hoping they're going to play this aggressively, and I think they are as well. That's already, I think, low in the distance, trying to grab another angle. I think he is as well, but Diego is going to get that knock regardless, and it is simple going down. And now it is just Chile with Pubg and maybe Elite, I think, somewhere. I don't think he's been the one that has been flashed. Somewhere left alive. And in a 4-on-2, you want to breach this even more than the situation that we've just seen in that 4-on-3. And I think they're going to try to do so. They have to be careful. It's not Elite, actually. He's been the first one to be flashed. It's Eureka in their back lines. But I think he's too far, and he hasn't got a vehicle.
Yeah, vehicles sometimes tough when you cross to Mili Island, and looking like Brazil, the way they're running at this. I'm not sure if they cross with vehicles or they cross with a boat, but they are definitely on a big run. Now Potro wants to get that res, wants to get somewhere safe, but won't be able to, as Muzi knocked off the back of the car, and not a good time for the Chilean squad. They're getting hunted down by the direct rivals that are breathing down their necks, and this is what we love to see from Brazil. This is what we love to see from Law and the rest of the squad, getting aggressive, taking fights where they can, abusing weaknesses where they can, and that's a Brazil that we will probably see at the World Esports Championship if they continue playing like this.
Yeah. I think it looks like it. Even though the total leaderboard situation didn't look like it after day one, obviously, but then having dropped down to third place, just based off of the names, it's always looked like it. And there's always these types of teams that sometimes they disappoint you a day, but they come back so damn strong, you just forget all about it. And I feel like Brazil, yes, the first game hasn't been that just yet. It's been a consistent game, but not the big game that we were hoping for to kind of, bring them back into contention and making sure they actually stay there. But just based off of the names, as we said, it's too damn unlikely that these guys are just not gonna qualify, or at least have the highest probability. Just looking at the rosters, and with them bringing it back in the first game, as we said, not in the big fashion that maybe we were thinking they would, but in a good fashion nonetheless. It looks all the more likely right now. Sitting on 69 points, it's a good place to stand. 62 and 54 right below them.
Just also based on the fact that my prediction was that they'd be in the top 2 after this day, it seems pretty likely that they will be.
It's all down to your prediction, right?
Yeah, it pretty much is. It is the law.
Should have thought of that.
Should have thought of that. Suriname coming in. They've been an impressive squad in fights. They haven't been getting into late games as much as they would want to, but they've shown us a little bit of signs of brilliance every now and then. Now beaching the boat, instantly running to try and claim a few cars on the way and try and claim a little bit of space. I'm not sure. I don't think Ecuador has an idea just yet. I don't think they would have heard that boat, but they have to be really careful here. Darian and Dagas, last 2 up for that squad. They get walked up on. They suddenly have a lot of angry Suriname players, a lot of angry Max players in their buildings. Things might go dire very, very fast.
You got to be careful. We saw some Max fans in the chat today as well. Kaimi, for example, got to shout you guys out, as well as Constanza Malapo, hyping it up for Chile, which is always nice to see. These Esports Federation, these smaller nations as well, these lesser-known nations in the Pubg esports scene, having that much support in the chat, it's going to be amazing for these guys to see. Knowing that there's going to be guys out there rooting for them. And it's gonna make a difference. It really, really does. But Chile, though, in this round, maybe it hasn't quite as much as they had probably hoped for. 2 players down. And yes, they're sitting at 99 points, but I think they wanted to cross this 100 points threshold a little bit earlier than when it's probably going to happen now. I think it might still happen in this round. Obviously, 11 teams, so getting a placing point is not too far off. But I think it was realistic to say that we expected that to happen in the first round too.
Yeah, especially with no pressure at all, right? It is always nice to play and
what an
easy play. As bit of an airdrop coming on in. Argentina, good position for them. Lovely position for them. Two solid compounds in a very good spot of the zone. As they were looting here. They've been here from the very start. The game's pretty much just fallen into their lap. So has the last one though, Alex. Remember, even on Sanhok, they were in a fantastic position. But just based on circle position in phase 1 and 2. And it wasn't really paying off for them at all. They weren't really able to get anything going. So we'll see what they are able to pull off this time. Brazil, on the other hand, more a team that has been able to take things into their own hand.
Are you kidding me? How many teams are still outside the phase? What is the phase 2?
Half of the server.
half the server is outside the current safe zone. Are you kidding me? I can understand it from a strategic point of view. If it were 16 teams, but 11 teams. I mean, get in there. It's military base. Yes, you want to dodge all these types of teams camping the bridge. You want to dodge Chile,
there was a dude on the right bridge with a Scar L, in a level 1 helmet.
That dude was
you can't cross that bridge, man. There was a guy there.
It wasn't just any guy. It was Jaoko as well. It's literally having nothing in his inventory but an M4, just there to kind of cause havoc. I mean, looking back at this, what kind of agent of chaos play is that? Even if you take anyone down, realistically, what are you going to do? That's such a troll play, by the way. It's not even a troll play, actually. I think it's a
nobody crossed that bridge ever since.
Yeah,
I think nobody has
who
been
was that
crossing
team?
that bridge.
Who was trying to cross it?
It's literally the team that's in Milta right now. It's Colombia. They're still in the blue.
That's nuts, Juaco. He's done this like 10 minutes ago, and still no one's crossed it. Just the one player with one M4, nothing else, running towards the bridge and hindering a full 4-man team of crossing. 10 minutes later, Joker, he's the MVP of this round already.
And he's
literally just clutched the last round.
That too, but he's also all the way across the map. He's literally in the southwest corner of the circle right now, and in the northeast, Colombia is.
What an agent of chaos!
Yeah, crazy.
Juaco, by the way, I'm sorry, Juaco.
Yeah.
I keep on saying Juaca, but it's Juaco, obviously.
Juaco or something. I'm not
Juaco.
sure.
Maybe it's Juaco actually. Yeah.
People usually call it, if you're Joaquin is a pretty common name, so maybe that's where it comes from. We'll see.
Let me look into my Wikipedia.
We'll talk to him when he qualifies to the World Esports Cup after bridge camping 3 games in a row.
Unfortunately, he does not have his name spelled out in the Wikipedia, so Joaco. But it's kind of obvious that his name is Joaquin. I don't even know at this point.
Yeah.
Chile's going to let the first... Look, this is how you actually play it normally. Unless you just want to, hinder teams of crossing. You let the first car cross, and then you get a double spray down. That's Patro. The MVP for me.
Oh my god, he might get the
Yes, and he might get the full form, and he gets another knock. His teammates are helping out. As Panama is in all sorts of trouble, and he gets flushed up by Guatemala. Are you kidding me? This is a 3-way fight. And no one is going to be able to cross that bridge by the looks of it, at least not cleanly. With Guatemala having the best of chances, but they will have to cross Panama now as well. These guys will be back up as a 2-man.
I mean, he's going to get 1 res here, but they're not going to get the other 2. I'm not sure how much Alex knows, but I think he's seen at least 1 knock here that he's going to instantly flush. If he knows there's a second, that'd be awesome, but probably doesn't have that information perfectly. Fishy Pan, though, is flushing the second one, so they do know. And Guatemala picks up a nice and easy 2 defeats there. Nice and easy 2 elims. Makes their way across the bridge. Now, Alex can wait for the rest of the squad. They can try and get here close together. He spotted Winter on the top. Damage is coming on in. They have to pull up. They have to fight this, but they're not wasting any time. Guatemala is going the hell in, Felix.
Yeah, and Guatemala wants to take these frags, and I can understand why. It's the perfect fight to do. Jay just gotta make sure I'm not losing anyone, and that night might be perfect. The Tony goes down all the way, and I think it might just stand strong with the way that nade is thrown, but the second one is gonna hit. Now Norgi has to be careful as well. Next player is rotating on by, but he's going way too far. Do they not want to fight this? I'm really confused right now. They should know this is a 2-man only. So taking down Panama wouldn't only secure them to stay alive as a 4-man, but it would also secure them 2 kill points, potentially get really close to a placement point. A little bit ahead there. But yeah, they're slowing things down again. Question only is, can they get Pan back up? It doesn't look like it right now. But Panama's also slowing things down.
Yeah, and Alex has gotten himself a really good angle here. He's gone far, but he decided to go off the bridge to get an angle from the side. The absolute madman has been taken out, by the way. Huaco knocked in the kill feed. Big news for the rest of the lobby. The East Bridge is now free. And Alex has been able to hold off here for his squad, actually getting all the reses. And what is that? New team coming on through. Bye-bye. Ring ding. Legend gets taken out. Emperador actually gets taken out as well. It's a double spray down. What?
Wow.
I thought they were cruising on through, but Alex just says no.
And Alex, what a pickup. Might have just secured his team a complete wipe, because look at this. No, they really weren't hindered at getting the reses, but now Winter comes back out of nowhere, takes down Norgi. As we have United States and the Miramar fighting as well. Alex, he needs to do more though. That was not enough. He has a 1-1-1-1, but they will do it. Just not cleanly. Unfortunately, Norgi has been taken down the Miramar, but Dominican Republic, that is not enough. That is unfortunately not enough. And Panama, I think I went a little bit ahead of time there, actually. Panama is still alive somehow. They still stand strong. Tony, though, from the back lines, I think he must have jumped down. Maybe he was on the stairs, jumped up on the stairs, but he will take down one and the second play as well. Panama eliminated as well, right after the Dominican Republic. And unfortunately, for the overall leaderboard situation, this changes a lot with Dominican Republic coming out that early. And man, just for the sake of suspense, I would have loved them. I'd love for them to have a good game in this one as well.
Maybe Uruguay is the one picking up the slack, but they're not looking pretty either. We see them in that one story, just proning it out, trying to survive for now. Probably not keeping a whole lot of cars around that either. Probably not keeping a whole lot of their tires, and not really looking all that great. Guatemala loses another one to the Blaze Zone. Not looking good for the catch-up teams. Maybe Colombia is finally able to cross the bridge. I think they were trying to camp. If you remember earlier, they were in the Milta area trying to camp USA, but now Colombia's 3 alive, USA's 4 alive, so I'm not sure what went down on the Eastern Bridge, as we still have Argentina dead center compounds, and Uruguay, like we said, not in the best spot here, Felix.
Not in the best of spots, indeed. Tough circle now. Doesn't really favor too many teams. Uruguay, yes, deep center, but like, how do you play out of this shack if it shifts west, or if it shifts east or south or north? It's still going to be really, really troublesome for Uruguay to make any kind of move out of it, and especially since it's not only 4 players there, but you can't really save any vehicles, right? Argentina's to your north, United States is to your south. Realistically, you can't have any safe spots for your vehicle in that one. And wow, look at this with 1 Molotov. Might even be down a player sooner than you expect. This fight doesn't need to happen, but they still throw in Molotov in there. And it actually hit the target as well. 1 more nade, I think, has now been thrown in. Didn't catch anyone. The smoke has been deployed now from Uruguay. And yeah, they need to be careful. If they want to add to the success that they literally just had last game, then more's going to be needed, especially since the Agent of Chaos has been taken out and flushed by the opposing team.
Dagas actually got knocked for this molly as well. He runs up for the molly, he gets a knock with it, but he actually does get knocked and probably never rezzed here anymore. So there's the flush coming in for the United States, and it's a second one for Siete, picking up the second player. So yes, he gets a knock, but in the end doesn't pay off at all, and they're going to be a little bit upset about that, because they were still in a really reasonable position here, much better position than some other teams in the lobby to play and survive as a 2-man here. So not really what you want to see if you are the opposing squad, but good news for Uruguay, because it's a much needed breath of relief, and it's a chance for them to maybe at some point at least get out of that little one story and start making moves towards the rest of the game.
I really like how the United States has played this up until this point. With how slow and methodical they've played this, it looks all the more likely that they're going to be rewarded now with a late-stage finish, something that they haven't had too much of. It's always been the problem. We talked about this yesterday, that they just cannot really seem to get all 4 players up phase 6 onwards. This might be one of these instances. So, who knows? Maybe we're seeing a different United States today. They've also, same as yesterday, secured a flag early now. We said one of the few teams, together with Chile and Argentina, that has never had a 0-point round. They've always gotten a kill point, at the very least. We also said that is only a small indicator of how great that day really was, because placement points, in the meanwhile, they've really struggled with it, and
yeah,
that obviously put them in that really, really tough spot on the overall leaderboard. A spot that unfortunately looks really, really unlikely in terms of qualification.
Tough times, but nothing's over until it's over. Another knock comes on in. This time it's Suriname stepping up towards the US. We said they had a good spot. They both have fightable spots here, though. This is playable for Suriname for sure, coming out of the compound. It's a little tricky coming in with third parties from the north, but they should have some space as well. If you look at the minimap, there's one player off to the south here. I think that's Trent. And if he steps up at the right time and he finds the right angle, he can do so much damage to the US-American squad. Now the peak comes on over for Pindaboy. Bit of damage comes on out. Maybe attracts a bit of util as well. And maybe buys enough time for Trent to do great things here from the side. Because if they do win this fight, if any of these nades connect as well, that's a beautiful one onto Pika. Barely drives out of it. If they get the opening here, Suriname, they can probably close this out. And they can probably close out that part of the map to actually play a really good game from here.
Yeah. They have a really good spot now to do something with it. And edge up towards that northwest of the half now for Brazil. And to be picked up too. Could make things easier. We are looking at potentially more long-range fights now. Especially since there's only one, maybe 2 actual hardcover spots inside. As the United States still having a bit of trouble here by the looks of it. Maybe Mello could potentially grab one more frag. They have to be careful with third-partying potential from obviously Brazil, but they will be able to do it quite well. And yeah, you can see Mustaba has to be careful. And there he goes. Lorizin is able to take him down. That is the one spot where I think the United States has potentially just given away a tiny bit, but I can't really blame them either. I think the way they tried to surround Melo there in the 1v2 was quite perfect, and the sideline's just too damn good for Brazil. But yeah, up until this point, I'm really, really impressed by the United States. Up until this point, a really clean game.
Yeah, really good fight for them as well. Taking out Suriname back-to-back in 2 games now. Not an easy team to kill either. They've been good in fights. Now, Argentina is actually completely faltering, completely folding, and completely getting swept aside by Colombia. That's big news as well for a team like Colombia that's been just trying to play catch-up the whole time, the whole day. Now, getting themselves a nice fight. 3 players up. Remember, they were losing 1 player on that bridge camp. They've been 3 ever since. But they sweep aside Argentina, they keep the eastern side for themselves, and now they can start making moves. With the rest of the lobby so busy with each other, there's a chance for Colombia here to start making moves towards that Uruguay shack and maybe even clear it out if they do have the util for it.
Looking to the distance, looking to the future especially. This is going to get a really tough... Yeah, this is going to get really, really tough, actually, for anyone outside of Brazil and Uruguay, in terms of staying alive until the next phase. Look where United States is positioned. Like, they'll be cleaned out by Brazil. And I think the same can be said about Colombia on the other side. They shouldn't have a say in this round. And well, the fact is also that we said this was Brazil's round. And that's because, look at the sidelines. Yeah, Uruguay has one tiny ridge line, but if they don't get the shift now, and yes, we've seen endings down there, but they are less likely, I want to say, in comparison to like an open field finish, somewhere between them and Brazil, then it's going to get really tough. Like, they will need to rotate out of this house. They have one ridge line towards the west of the house. Apart from that, it's all open field. Brazil has got so much more playing room after the United States has been cleared out, right? So many trees up towards the southern side, high ground, obviously, as well. Combine that with the individual strength. So Brazil, with them obviously needing this as well, I think the big favorites to take this home.
Absolutely. And I would love to see them now figure out a way to clear out that US-American player, right? And actually go take all that space for themselves, take control of the game from here, because they've reset, they've got all the information they need, they've got all the space they need. If they kill this player before the circle shifts, that'd be awesome. And would have, in case of a really bad shift, would have probably bought them the time they needed to play a good game. Now, the shift is good for them. The shift is very kind. And they even have an airdrop on their side of the ridgeline towards the house later, and they will just have to wait. So waiting it out has been beneficial for them in this case, and should be an easy cruising path to the top 2 and potentially the win from there.
One shot's being taken by Colombia now. But nothing connecting. And now that push comes in. Brazil is trying to take down the United States. Pig has no chance. He tried to play it smart. He tried to not make a move. He tried to hide and play inside. But unfortunately, that only works in the movies. Brazil will be able to find him. And now that move comes in from Colombia as well. This is perfect timing. They know Brazil is fighting, so they'll be heavily focused on that western side. Wow, have they just found themselves ridgeline? That is massive. What a play coming out from Colombia. I love the timing. I love the strategy behind it. And that means we might still have 3 countries that didn't expect this staying alive in Phase 7. I honestly got to say, I didn't expect Colombia finding a way in. Uruguay couldn't really do anything about this either. I'm surprised they couldn't. They should have had clear sightlines on these 2 players rotating in.
I think they left one player behind to hold for the first 2, but then that last player should usually be taken out because he has nobody to hold for him. But they managed to slip on through there, and that goes back to what I was talking about, is if Brazil had moved onto the solo a little bit earlier, maybe they would have been taking control of this already and wouldn't have let Colombia slip on in. Now they actually have a fighting chance. You know, it's not great what Colombia is controlling, but it might be enough to just keep Brazil on their toes for quite a while here. If they have somebody peeking and players then pulling up close below, this is an actual real threat, depending on where the zone shifts. So they've now have given themselves a bit more of a fighting chance that they maybe had a circle ago. We have one more zone shifting on in 15 seconds, and it's very likely that this zone is the end of Colombia, the way they're set up here. But you know, we've seen stranger things. This can shift pretty far north, or maybe it shifts just really far west and eliminates one of the teams in this southern side. I say that. Doesn't really eliminate anyone, but I feel like this makes Colombia move just enough that they can't use their ridgeline anymore, and that's probably where we see them go out towards this game.
Colombia is going to be the first team to potentially have to make a move. There's this good crossfire though, little boy has his teammates driving down, so they needed to cover this angle, and they did. And this is what I talked about, right? There's very limited amounts of space Uruguay could potentially take, but this is a massive neck. A Leon kid takes down Diego. This is a one-on-one trade, but matter of fact, this kind of works out in favor of Uruguay because no one is really there to pick up a fallen player for Brazil, and now Colombia is making a move as well. This could turn out to be a 2v2v2. A matter of seconds now, depending on who these frags frags will be picked up, but it looks like the little boy is actually going to be able to take down not only 1, but I think 2 players from Colombia, even though that second one was knocked by the explosion. And now Uruguay is in control of this. They want to deny that rest. This is a massive nade. What a nade against Diego. What is that? Alien Kid takes him down. This isn't only a knock, it's a flush off of the knock that they've gotten earlier. So they're in control of this one. That means it is down to a 3-3.
Oh, Siete made such a big move getting up close below. If he could have just survived a little bit longer, that would have been massive for Uruguay. Could have maybe even taken them towards the back-to-back. Now, 2 versus 3 versus 1, essentially. That Colombian player never getting rest back on his feet. And we're going to be very shortly going to a 2 versus 3, Brazil versus Uruguay. They need a little bit more space. They need more angles here. They're pinched into this tiny little house, Felix. And they have this tiny window to peek out. That little boy is just continuously holding down. So Uruguay need an opening. Colombia needs a miracle. And then Brazil just has to hold their ground and has to stay alive in this. No vest, I think, for Cardex, if I'm seeing that correctly. Almost no helmet left either. So they're battered, they're bruised. But if they make it out of the house, if they get close below these players, if they get close below Law, there's a chance they pull this off.
There is a chance. Nate might hinder that chances. But yeah, little boy is knocked, and that's gonna bring the advantage back to Uruguay. I've talked about this with the angles they have. They might have a chance of this one. Little boy, excuse me, yeah, little boy's actually been taken down by the blue zone now. It is actually Lorenzen grabbing that first frag, and he's gonna take the second one as well. It's all down Colombia now. Never say in this one, but it's only one player. We've talked about this, Malkin, the last standing player for Colombia. He's got one hell of a task in front of him, but I think he might just have a tiny bit of blue zone advantage depending on how far that tree is from the circle center. He's moved up close towards the next tree in the meanwhile. But yeah, you can see right here in that split view. I don't think it's going to be enough. He needs to have some nutty shots off of the back of that smoke. He moves in deeper. He's got one more smoke right in front of him. Is it going to be enough? As the nades are raining in.
50 damage nade on the first one. There's a second one coming as well. It goes a little far, but now he's punched into the smokes. He has given up a whole lot of his visibility. I'm not sure if he knows where Lorenzen is. He's cooking a nade. That might be the last chance he has. It goes far. Law on the ground is surely taking him out here, but he trades it out. He turns it around. Has no way, has no right to win that fight. Lorenzen has the cover now, but if first it can come through, and if he gets it off in the smoke, he has a good fighting chance. The tree versus the cover, Felix. This is crazy stuff. If he does it, there's no way Colombia wins this.
Yes, but I think he's got the advantage. I don't think that air drop is any closer to the circle than that tree. I think it's just a tiny bit of advantage on Malkin, but gonna have to wait and see. That air drop now is gonna be looted by Lorenzen. It might be the difference. It might be the difference now in who wins this. He has not picked up the weapon that's inside. We can only assume it's been the MK in this instance, but he sticks with the shotgun. I think both players will have to move at almost the exact same time. Level 3 gear, Lorenzen. Now Malkin is making the move. S12K in hands against S12K. It's the 1-on-1 with the shotgun. First shot's going against Brazil.
Oh, he does
it. He's gonna be able to take it. Colombia. Are you kidding me? They do the opposite. They do the unthinkable. And just when they needed it, the total leaderboard will once again be taken upside down. What a performance. 16 points being secured. And honestly, out of all these three teams left standing, I thought they surely were the ones to go out first.
What is that? They lose a player so early on that eastern bridge, and I said, you know, they need a miracle to stay alive in this, but the miracle comes out with the knock that comes out
Unbelievable.
Of Uruguay, and it all snowballs.
Wow.
Oh my god, that is mental. That was not a game that they were supposed to take away at all. That was not a game they were supposed to have a chance in. Brazil should have taken this one home, and I mean, he picked up 3 gear off the drop, and then he had more space in the circle as well, but the shotgun just comes out, and somehow he steals that one away. No business winning that. No business winning that. But I said after the first game, right, I said this is such a rough start for Colombia. I don't know if they can do it after starting off so rough and dying so quickly. That was a big one. That was a massive game for them.
Yeah. That was, I think, maybe even a little bit more than massive. That was needed and massive at the same time. What a performance coming out from these guys. And yeah, started off with that Molotov across the street. It also started off with the United States here being third party. It's losing a player that makes it very easy for Brazil to take the rest of them. But yeah, start of the show, it's been Colombia. It's not been Colombia from start to finish, but it's been Colombia at least from mid-game to finish, I guess you could say, from mid to late game to finish.
Was so huge.
Yeah, and
getting
the timing about
players across was so huge. Yeah, like the timing and the execution, the fact that they actually get 3 players across there is massive, and it's something that nobody expected, right? We expected them to go out, maybe breach Uruguay to try and play for second place.
Yeah,
and they play for the win, and Malcolm actually does it, like the absolute madman that he is. How?
Imagine he doesn't have an. I don't think he wins this if he doesn't have an extended on the S12K.
Yeah.
Also, he puts the silence in the S12K. What kind of disrespect is that? Stop it. Malkin, stop it. What kind of disrespect is that? Puts the silencer on the S12K. He had no business. We were talking about business earlier. He had no business having that silencer on there, but he still does it. Who even picks up a silencer? What kind of player does that? Well, we have the answer. Malkin does it, and he wins it in style too. Ultimate disrespect here in match number 8. Just a tiny one, actually. I'm saying ultimate. It's just a really tiny one. But he's getting additional style points from me, even though they will not be taken into consideration when it comes to the overall leaderboard. Additional style points from me. Finishes up with the silencer and the extended map on the S12K. And with that, they will do a big jump on the overall leaderboard. How big? We're going to see in a second.
Yeah.
As we head back to some of these statistics, it's a different country in every single category. We haven't seen that yet, but the one player that has gotten the most eliminations has been Alex from Uruguay. Good on him. 18 points have been secured as Colombia takes home the chicken dinner. Brazil, though, not making things any easier. And slowly but surely catching Chile there with another 14 points difference being caught up on the overall leaderboard here, with Chile taking 2 and Brazil taking 16.
Chile 2, Argentina 3, Brazil 16. That's a big shift on that top side of the scoreboard.
Yeah.
So as crazy as that clutch was, the really well played, solid, collected, calm game from Brazil is kind of the bigger move when you look at the scoreboard and you look at how many games we have left. But that's lovely stuff, regardless, from Colombia. Quick fun fact, player with the most healing done, Colombia, because they were sitting in the blue for 2 zones after they were getting bridge camped by Huaco on his lonesome. So we were laughing about how crazy their early game was. We were sort of memeing about it because it was so weird and wonderful. And then they just end up clutching it out in the end. That doesn't get more Pubg than that at all.
What a performance, Colombia. Pulling deep. I think as deep as it gets to win this round. 8 eliminations. They haven't quite... Look, it's kind of sad at the same time. Yes, they win it, but also it's sad that nothing changes too drastically in the overall leaderboard just because of how well Brazil performed. But having said that, I think they're going to be really close to Argentina at the very least. And I want to see the overall standings now. Yeah, look at this. 54 to 65. Uruguay actually now also getting into the realm of things. We have more contenders now than I expected.
Tie.
But
triple tie for 4th place, Felix.
Yeah, triple tie, but take a look at Brazil. 84 points. Yeah. It's still almost 20 points different to Argentina, and then it's 30 points for Colombia. So Colombia, Uruguay, Dominican Republic, they will all need at least 2 dinners now to get close to Brazil.
Yeah, that's Argentina has really been dropping the ball today. 3 and 1 point in these 2 games, while Brazil was getting about 25 across the 2 of them. I think so. They've really been caught out and they've really been caught sleeping, even though the clutch comes out there in the end from Malcolm and denies Brazil 5 points right there and then, right? A kill point and 4 placements. It's still enough for them to just create a massive gap. And like we said, right, 4 more matches. We're going for 2 more Erangels and 2 more Miramars. And that's going to be some chances to catch up, and there's going to be some chances to close that gap. But they're going to be running out very quickly now. And you're going to be, when you need 2 big games to catch up and you only have 4 chances, they run out very, very quickly. And we're going to need to see crazy things if Brazil doesn't drop the ball here.
Yeah, Malcolm obviously being the match MVP there, having taken that, finishing 1v1, not only the 1v2 actually, not only the 1v1, but the 1v2 as well. I think we kind of just forgot that.
Kind of a 1v3 in some sense, because he gets Little Boy knocked as well. Right?
Arguably.
He knocks Little Boy while Brazil is still fighting the last Uruguayan player, and actually completely opens that game up for himself.
Must feel good. Must feel very, very good for Malcolm to put a performance like this. Ladies and gentlemen, if the comeback dream for any of these teams, we're talking Uruguay, we're talking Colombia, and so on and so forth, Dominican Republic, obviously, and maybe even Argentina now, with how hard, to put in your words, they've dropped the ball, is going to be possible. I guess we'll find out in the next 4 games. Match number 3 is about to start, but we're heading into a quick break before we head into that match, as we are changing maps very, very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back.
A crazy clutch with the S12K is all that Colombia needed to get themselves back into the running for today, Felix. They did everything they could that game. They did everything perfectly. They closed it out in the end. But it just doesn't feel like it can be enough. They have to pull off 4 games like this, realistically. They have to pull off 4 games like this to qualify back-to-back to the World Esports Championship.
Yes. And unfortunately, if you were to ask me about my prediction, I don't think that's going to happen, just based off of what we've seen. But it's a good start. It's a good start nonetheless. But as you've said, due to the fact that some of these top teams are just running away with it. And now Brazil has come back from what feels like a little slump. Even though it's realistically only been 1 or 2 games that they've really just not performed. It's getting even tougher for anyone else to catch up.
Yeah.
Look. Chile. I know they struggled today as well, but they've had such an amazing day yesterday that I think even at the end of last day, we were already like, wait, this is actually only one single spot that realistically is open to everyone else. And that also means that Brazil is going to be under the focus now. And I think now that point has kind of been reached where if you don't focus Brazil enough, despite it only being, I want to say only being like 20, 30 points difference, but if you don't focus them and they keep on having good games, no matter how well you play, they're going to run away with it. So I think what changes now, and that's the point I'm trying to make, is that some of these teams will potentially try to increasingly focus Brazil. So if they figure out what Brazil is, I could see some isolated fights happening, something that we haven't really seen before. And no one has really tried their luck in terms of fighting Brazil. And if that starts, who knows? Maybe things are going to change, but I think teams also need to do this now. And if they don't, with the way Brazil has played now, they'll keep on playing the games consistent that they have a chance of winning.
Yeah, and like you said, right, it starts getting out of reach if the top teams keep performing. And right now, the spot that we're talking about is Brazil. There is a small chance that Chile actually just fumbles it to a point where we do not see them in a first place anymore. But even then, a team like Argentina still has a 30-point gap to catch up with 4 more games to go. That's not likely. That's not something you expect to see. Maybe today is the day, and we've seen crazier things in some of these other qualifiers, especially the European one comes to mind with crazy comebacks towards the end. But it starts getting out of reach quickly. And even if you're just talking about the gap that you have now between second and third, that's already a gap that's hard to breach. And then you have to go in a little bit further down to that 4th, 5th, and 6th place who are all tied on 54 points. They need an even crazier performance. And playing 3 good games might not even be enough. So we'll have to wait and see. I think Brazil is a team that should be easily able to withstand that pressure. And even if they get some extra attention, even if they get some extra aggression towards them, to me, they really feel like a team that can turn that into an advantage, that can turn that into kills for themselves, and that can really just come out ahead of a stressful situation like that.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. As ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into the next game. Match number 3 of today, match number 9 in total for this World Esports Championship regional qualifier. We're still in the Americas region. In case you couldn't figure that out by the teams participating and the countries especially participating. All these different esports federations sending the best they have available to some degree as well. I think the United States, obviously, to give you guys an example, could have potentially sent a couple of more experienced players, but as I've also said before, these guys are putting their weight. Yes, not in terms of having a shot at qualification, but at least in terms of showing us good Pubg Mobile. And last game, I want to highlight the United States once more. Beautifully played out through that southern side. Pretty methodical, very disciplined. Just the last couple of zones really not going that way. And you need that tiny bit of luck as well to qualify in a best of 12.
Yeah, and that's where things come back to bite you. That's where if you had the circles and they didn't really manage to just make the most out of them, that's where that really comes back to bite you. And that's something that we can talk about for Argentina here, where back-to-back, really good early zones. Sanhok and the first Erangel, really good early zones. Couldn't really get anything going in those games. 2-point average, where Brazil is running away with a 12-point average in those 2 games without really getting fed. And now maybe, sometimes you have days where the last 4 games are just really rough. they're just really hard to play. The circle keeps running away from you. Teams keep trying to gatekeep you. And you don't get the chances anymore. So every chance you get, you got to make the most out of it. You got to take it, grab it by the horns, and get your points while you still can. Because with a little bit of variance in PUBG, you're not going to get chances every single game. Not every single game is going to be winnable. So if you didn't make the most out of it in the earlier games, that can just sometimes come back to bite you and really leave you hanging and really leave you thinking about the last few days with a bit of sadness, because you've played such a good last day, but it just wasn't enough anymore.
Yeah. Well, as we've said before, I guess we're about to find out if all these predictions and all these points we made will come true. What we do know is one team only in this specific round could catch up and change things at the top of the leaderboards. I'm talking about the 1 and 2 spot, the qualification spot where Chile and Brazil are obviously in right now, and that is Argentina, the one team that could just realistically, based off of a big win, catch up to Brazil. Colombia, that's just not going to be possible. It's 30 points. They will need to get 20 kill dinner, which, as we said before, is something that's just super unrealistic. I said it before as well. I was so surprised to see someone do it. I'm not surprised to see Chile do it. To some degree I am, but not really. But just the fact that someone was able to do it. Doesn't even matter who. That's just such a feat to accomplish. Something that I thought going into this lobby, despite there obviously being some heavy hitters, like Brazil, like Chile, something that I thought was going to be impossible. Just everything that needs to come together has to come together in order to get that done. You need to meet so many teams, you need to get so many isolated fights, you need to have a little bit of luck as well in terms of loot, in terms of finding enough healing, in terms of finding enough potential to loot the bodies that you actually get as well, because you can't just run from fight to fight. You'll not have enough bullets, you'll not have enough medic stuff, you'll not have enough, obviously, utility, but they're able to do all of that. And without any one of these steps, you're not going to be able to get 19 frags and a win with only 11 teams. So, good on Chile, in my opinion, just based off of that one single round where they've still, up until this point, have gotten almost a third of that point. I think just based off of that, I really want them to qualify. I think that's a performance that has to be on it.
Yeah. Record performance in that sense. As it's just crazy what that does and what that does to the scoreboard as well. Remember them just blasting past literally everybody from last to first, as they're now blasting past that western side, past Suriname on the western road, getting themselves into a good position in a circle that was very empty when it popped, and they are going deep right now. Things you'd love to say. For the Chilean squad, USA, a little bit further off to the eastern side of things, looting up nicely and peacefully. No open and early fight for them this time, but it's not too late. They still have a few minutes in phase 1 to make sure they get a classic USA fight in. And there's the heroes of the last match.
Achilles and his team Malkin, especially with that big performance. The heroes, as you said, yes indeed. The heroes for Colombia, not really the heroes for anyone else, unfortunately, because everyone will be fighting for these top spots. And Dominican Republic especially, they'll be kicking themselves. Losing that opportunity for a win in the very first round. And then another team comes up right below them and actually ties them with a single game in a round where they had no business winning it. So Dominican Republic has to bring things back. They have to shake that off. 54 points at the moment. They are nowhere close. Be reminded, there is 4 matches remaining, including this one. So 4 more chances to close the distance on 30 points for all these 3 teams in the middle. That's, yes, not unthinkable. But as you said before as well, it means Brazil just really can't perform now. If they do, that 30 points difference is going to shift to maybe 40, maybe back to 35, back to 40. And they just need a couple of points to keep shifting it up and down. And with the way we've seen Brazil play just last game, and especially the first game as well, yes, they obviously choked. We talked about this. but they played the way I actually wanted them to play from the very beginning. If they just do it often enough, they'll find big rounds. And if last game was an indication of that, I don't know what is.
5 points a game, and Brazil qualifies to the World Esports Cup. I think that's an assumption I'm willing to make. If they don't completely falter this and completely fumble it, they should just be okay. And they've done the job for now. If Argentina doesn't go crazy, which I think is possible, that could be enough for them to make it in. But someone can go crazy. It's just hard to believe that a lot of these teams down there can go crazy. It's likely that one team somewhere between 3rd and 6th qualifies. Multiple of them, unlikely. One of them can have an absolute standout performance. Circle now is going right onto Brazil, right onto that north side around the river. It's a bit of a 50-50 circle still if it goes north or south, but a lot of the teams already in solid positions. The US trying to scout out that bridge, trying to scout out that wizard tower as well. I'm not sure if they're going to cross the road here, if they're going to cross the river. They might be the first team to the cube and slightly beat out Brazil as the 3rd place team there. We saw them for a second. Argentina miles off the zone still.
Yeah, that's that's unfortunately quite a big distance, excuse me, for them to grab a good spot in phase 2, but if we've seen anything come out of yesterday, there's no real correlation with 11 teams. And, you know, grabbing positions early, we talked about this. Not even last game. Colombia was one of these teams. We talked about Joaco being the agent of chaos. Joaco was the one that held them back, even though he wasn't even there anymore for an entire 10 minutes, and they still managed to win the round. As Guatemala is now defending this push, and Pubg, unfortunately, the biggest fragger for that lineup, goes down immediately. This is a good hold so far by Guatemala, and a really dangerous fight in the Dominican Republic. We said they needed to come back, they need to win a round. This doesn't look like it. Fishy drives straight into 2 players. They still can't seem to get the frag. That is very unfortunate, and it's going to remain in a 3-4.
Just enough support coming out from his teammates there to keep him alive, keep him in it. The flush comes out as well, and just like that, they've picked up 2. Nice reset. The nades being traded out is, very costly for both these teams, but they're hoping for an entry knock. They're hoping to not walk into a 2-man setup. As you can see, Inactive trying his very best to support with a bit of util. That looks looking like a good nade onto Legend. Oh boy, crazy bounce for the Guatemalan squad. And once they now figure out, okay, we have this warehouse clear, they know where Inactive is as well. And they can go clear. They can run it down. They have the shotguns out, the SMGs. They're all surrounding him from all sides. 4 sides. Can the shotgun do it? It's looking unlikely. It's looking like it's a little too much, a little too late. Inactive. He's dancing. He's weaving. But it's not enough. Dominican Republic, we had high hopes for them today, Felix. They've shown a little bit of brilliance in the Sanhok, but they have fallen flat here. And probably going to be falling down to 6th after this.
Unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Because I would have liked that experienced roster to some degree to come back and show us that they deserve to be in Riyadh. Right now, they're not really. It's too inconsistent. It's just too inconsistent. If they would have performed like they did here and there for the entirety of the 11 rounds, for the entirety of the 12 rounds, excuse me, they would definitely be up there and in the run, but if you play inconsistent in a best of 12 and it's only top 2 teams advancing, it's just not going to be enough. There's no way around it. It's not going to be enough, and by the looks of it, that's exactly what's happening. So going into these next 3 games, it's going to be do or die. I think maybe even going into the very next game, it's going to be do or die, just based off of how much they need to catch up. And Brazil, still 4-man standing. Everyone's going to look at this. Argentina as well. Colombia, with 4-man standing, they are looking to increase the distance now on Argentina.
Argentina's 3 up. Argentina's just lost a member. Argentina is not staying clean in this late entry to the southern side. Chile moving into the warehouses. Put a few shots down range, but you saw there Argentina in the hospital area right behind them. You saw them getting themselves a good spot, but losing a member early, and that's got to sting, that's got to hurt. And especially after already having bad game after bad game, starting the 3rd one with 3-man is the thing you hate to see, the thing you want to see the least. To get into a good mood, to get into a confident swing, which is exactly what they need if they ever want to come back here.
Chile find themselves into very almost tough buildings, to be honest. Tough buildings to hold. If a foreman breaches, they wouldn't be tough buildings to hold if you'll be a foreman in there. With these positions, we've seen it go wrong for Brazil. They shouldn't be doing the same mistake all over again. We head on over to Ecuador. They will be taken out as well. It's tough for them. I'm talking Ecuador, obviously. I mean Panama. They will be taken out as well. Good shots coming in from Ecuador. Nothing really surprising here. I thought as soon as they were trying to cross the bridge, I knew that just wasn't gonna work. Ecuador really holding strong there. Good angles, good sidelines. And I think they expected this as well. Otherwise, they would have moved deeper into the city. So good awareness coming out from Ecuador. 39 points, still not enough though.
Who else as well? They've been hot dropping for this town, for all the Erangels so far. And this time it's not a hot drop, but it's a bridge camp in exactly the same area. And Ecuador comes out on top. Circle about to pop on in. Brazil, far northeast, tons of space. Argentina, far southwest, solid ground, solid compounds. Chile, sitting in the middle, sitting pretty for now, but the circle does go away, a little bit more vulnerable maybe, lost one or two of their cars around those two stories. Now, the pop is going to come in, and the pop is going to go right onto the crates. Bad news for Argentina, but not the end of the world. Good news for Brazil, as they are able to just lay claim to a big part of these crates, and if they flex out a little bit more, they can maybe even catch teams like Colombia, who just have made a much, much later move than Brazil has.
That's such a tough circle now. Yeah. Positions inside that safe zone are just too strong, in my opinion, for a best of 12 qualifier in a situation like this, and especially Brazil now. With that entry on towards the container area, has done almost half of what they've really had to do in terms of macro game, right? Which is finding a good spot on this one, finding an entry, finding any kind of opening. As you can see, other teams are going to be struggling with this, and that's what I mean. Yes, there's an opening inside the city, but if you have so many teams ready and waiting for you, it's going to get so tough actually doing anything. And look, Argentina is a good example of this. They're going to be forced to breach this now in order not to lose a player for absolute free. But what are you realistically going to do afterwards? Right? Even if you win this fight, and Ecuador is in a 4-on-1 right now, you still have to cross the street. You're not even inside the safe zone. So Ecuador is playing this one perfectly smart, the way they should be. Miramar is trying to bring things back. He does get one frag, but he immediately traded, and that's Argentina out, done and dusted. That's the one runner-up team, once again, struggling today to get anything of meaning on the board. Yeah. And for the suspense of this tournament, that's just the ultimate knockout, unfortunately, because now Brazil is 30 points above already, and they're just now entering another fight towards the next contender. So 30 points difference, and they're still full four men up.
Yep. Argentina, it's not been their day. It's really just not been their day at all. Little boy finds one of USA. They've taken a knock here earlier. They're taking a bit of damage now. But they find one in transition, and that's a big scalp to take, because that's the team that wants to breach them. It's the team that wants to take them out of this container area. You can see now the little yellow dots on the minimap are the USA players. And killing one in transition here was massive for the approach and the ground that Brazil is taking in this game. Chile has made the move towards the containers, if I'm not mistaken. They have made the cross on over. And, that's another big knock. That's another big bunch of damage done. That's another res committed, another first aid committed. So lots of time gone out of the hands of that USA squad to try and make a move towards Brazil.
Alex, so far, the highest damage dealer in this round. Guatemala has been the first ones to arrive at the container area. And by the looks of it, will not be the last to leave, as Brazil is making strides now to take that title. Chile in front of them, Guatemala in front of them. Everyone has kind of secured their own place inside this container area. And the next couple of phases will decide who really has to take action against who. But I think one is for certain. Brazil is not getting out of this one. without entering a fight. Right? I mean, rotating out of it, yes, would be a possibility, but you'll just be shot out. So it really isn't. Just in theory, it is. Brazil, as a result, is going to have to fight in the next couple of phases at a potential disadvantage with the way that these two teams are positioned. The next phase, obviously, they won't have to move, not in this one, but the one after that, they really might, and that's going to be a problem now. One more team rotating in towards the northern side of them as well, which is the United States. They've got one player in the container, but the rest of them are outside. So Brazil has to be careful of having that information. I don't think they have at the moment.
Gotta make sure they don't get caught off guard there, but pretty much should be what they expect from the US squad to happen. Should be the play that they do expect. The question is, do they go deeper themselves? Do they stay on the edge here? It's looking like they want to go a little deeper. They're sending Diego out as well to make more moves and cover some ground deeper into the play zone. As we have Chile, we said, pretty close by on the other side of this. And ooh, that's an entry knock. That's Guatemala finding one. That's Guatemala taking one out of the car, I believe. That's a big, big entry for them. Uruguay, excuse me, not Guatemala. Uruguay on the approach, actually breaching on in and finding an open knock is big things. If they find something with a nade here, they could be a real problem to Chile.
Yeah. Nade comes over. Pops at just the right time. But not going enough to take anyone down. And that's the three-way fight I was warning Brazil about. Because look at this. They've got Chile in front of them, which is kind of the strongest team in terms of fragging. And they've got United States right behind them. So it's very likely that they will at least lose some kind of play, and that's never a good sign in phase 5. So their winning chances are going to be slightly hindered by that position inside the circle. Then again, they don't need to fight anyone just yet. In the United States, they're not known so far to take any kind of risk before they really, really have to. At least not if they have the positions they want. And right now they do. It's a really weird split, but it works out for all of them. Everyone's inside the safe zone in phase 5. And the same cannot be said about some of these other teams. The circle is closing slowly but surely. And I think the next phase is going to give us a really good idea on who's really going to be taking this one home, or at least who's got the best chances. Because everyone right now doesn't need to fight everyone else. Everyone's kind of got a safe position inside this one. But yeah, as I said, I think the next one is going to give us a good idea. Is it going to send out and contain? This is an ending I haven't really seen before.
Should be a nice one for teams that love fighting. Should be a nice one for Brazil, Chile, and a lot of the squads around. I actually have made up my mind, all right? It's not Chile, like the US Americans would call it. It's Chile, okay? You can correct me from now on every time I say Chile. They are in a good spot here. They're in the center. They're very vulnerable out, though, I would say. One knock, and they could easily be separated into two duos, and one of them could easily just get completely pushed by one of the multiple strong teams around them. So tricky stuff happening for a lot of these teams. You can see Lorenzen well aware of the threats you were talking about earlier, right? They're in a tricky position as well. They have to make sure they don't get punched in from multiple sides. Suriname now, they haven't had the best few fights in the last game. Now they have a chance to do some work towards the Ecuadorian squad, but they as well have to get moving. They have to close this fight fast so they can move out to the water tower, Felix.
Yeah. Nate and Trent.
No.
Yeah, he was not ready for it. I don't think he expected Ace to push up recklessly like he did. He didn't even have anyone to trade up in that building. I think he was downstairs, his teammate. So Suriname will lose Trent, unfortunately. That was that entry into the zone, and yeah, looking at his face, I said, I think this is going to give us a good idea on who really has a good chance of this. And Brazil and Chile are continuously running away with it. They're just the best ones at realizing when they have access to the zone and when that access actually gives you winning probability. And in this one, it really does. I think entering some of these container quadrants, so to speak, that just have better sidelines than others is really, really important in a zone like this. And they did. Look how much Brazil is holding. Look how much Chile is holding. Chile's got the best warehouses in there. They give you the best sidelines, and they're also really tough to push. At least you'll get to know when someone's pushing. The same cannot be said necessarily about some of these containers.
That's a crazy name from Dagas, by the way. Pibbles, unfortunate things. Suriname was so good in fights yesterday. It's a bit painful to see them have so little success today, but Ecuador is just better right now. 9 kills already, and they're looking for more. They're going a little bit overzealous there, I think. Dagger's flying down the mountain. Has to be careful of where he's going. The USA is there, but Brazil at first is good there with open arms. Darian is the one who actually gets picked up, and Pinda Boy might actually have a pretty good time here, Felix. They might have a good time getting into the backlines of these US players.
Yeah. Might be a pretty good position for them. Little Boy now with a double nade on towards Ecuador. That is massive, as it would secure them a couple of more points. And you had that theory that maybe even 5 points a game would be enough for them to safely qualify. That'd be a good start to it. And wow, are you kidding me? That was his nade.
Yeah.
Are you absolutely kidding me? I think Dagas has dropped back down. I don't think he got knocked all the way down there, but either way, what an impressive nade coming out from Little Boy. And even though he doesn't get that second flash, look how much it denies them. Look how much it slows them down. And also, look how much info that is being gathered by Brazil. Good stuff from the Brazilian representatives, as they will continuously hold circle center.
And a big knock as well towards Uruguay. They were the team who actually got an opening towards Chile and actually started making a move. Now they're losing the players that would have grouped up later. They're losing the support that could have come out from the buildings. That's going to make that fight around the warehouses so much harder. And it's going to tell Chile as well, okay, we're not fighting a 4-man here. We actually just have a 2-man to deal with in the warehouse right next to us. Good news for them, and something that they will keep in the back of their minds. And that's going to make things a little bit easier for them once they have to move out of the triple warehouses here.
What is it? Excuse me, what a circle shift. I had to actually think about who that really favors. And I thought Ecuador was surely going to be the next team to go out. Like, I was so sure of it. I would have put my hand into the fire for this prediction. I thought Ecuador was going to be the team to go out of it. But it looks like an ending inside the actual containers is not possible. Otherwise, I can't really explain this shift. And with that being said, Ecuador has now got a chance of actually winning this one. And Ecuador, 10 frags already.
Yeah.
All these teams down in the second part of the leaderboard making somewhat of a comeback. Let's put it like that. But none of these teams actually having a consistent enough of a comeback, at least now with 3 matches almost being played, to really, really have a say at the first 2 spots. And that's what's kind of depressing about this. Even if Ecuador wins this round, they clean up so many more frags. They get everything done. They wipe maybe 2 more teams. Then there's still nowhere near qualification. It must be frustrating for them to some degree. So they need another good round. Even after this one, you can see 45 points. And that's already 10 frags being included. That's how unfortunate it is. The Kid, though, on the other hand, for the United States, will grab Alex, who's been the top damage dealer up until this point, as the rest of the Guatemalan players slowly but surely are falling to the hands of the Colombian players approaching.
I love this. I love this from Kidu. Well, really nice timing. He makes the run when he has to. Even though it's a big risk, he makes the run past and actually does stay alive, as the rest of his team won't have that chance. They're staying where they were known, and they are going to falter because of it. And he makes a big run. He makes a risky run. He was split off the whole time, and he does get rewarded in the end. Mujtaba finds the flush as well. That's a bad misstep from the Brazilian squad. Now they're going to give him another chance to get a first set off. They're going to give him another chance at a 1v1, maybe a 1v2, this time at least. Oh, I would say they're going to trade each other, but not really. Support's there finally, and they do close it out. But it's another one of these small missteps that you really hate to see when you're trying to close out games, and something they will really have to clean up once they're playing at the top level here. Losing one member in a 4 versus 1 is not the end of the world ever, but it's something you can't regularly do. It's something that will cost you so many games.
Yeah. It's something that's going to cost you very dearly indeed. And it's going to end your chances of taking more of a game like this. More nades now being thrown from Chile to hold back the Uruguay players approaching. One more from Pocho being chopped towards the players from Ecuador as well, and Colombia especially, as everyone kind of needs to cross their way over now from that eastern side. So many teams struggling to find any kind of footing. And in the meanwhile, Brazil happily taking all of them apart from the distance. More utility in their hands. Lorenzin with a massive frag against daggers. And as he falls, that means it's only 80s left standing. Coming in from the eastern side, I think his cross is going to be incredibly tough too. But I think they played it smart. They intentionally didn't let him cross just yet. Wow, Lorenzin! He just takes that peak like it's nothing. Jumps around the corner, takes down Eddies. And I was about to say, that's smart because they know so many of the teams still have to cross from that eastern side. So the probability of someone dying before them is relatively high. So they wanted to delay 80s crossing as much as possible. But if you have a player like Lorenzin just jumping on the corner like a madman, that's just not going to happen. So Brazil with more frags and 7 LMs. And I keep on saying it, and I hate to say it as well, but it looks all the more unlikely that anyone else is going to be able to catch up.
Good stuff from Lorenzin. He's also one of the top damage dealers for the squad, and he shows us why. Big moves, by the way, from Kido for the US squad. He keeps getting knocks in, he keeps getting damage in, he keeps making this absolute hell for Colombia. Now, he wants to get that nade out before the enemy nade explodes. You can see that so nicely done. Instantly resets the nade cook timer so he can wait out the nade and still get his own out. Can find another knock. Legal comes around. Third person camera is helping a bit. But it is Little Boy in the end who closes things out. It's another kill though for Kido before he falls. And he's making big moves. This feels like the game though. Look at this angle from Little Boy here. He's going to hit so much information. And he's going to have such a good game plan here to be thought out for the rest of the Brazilian squad.
What a position. I mean,
look at the nades he can throw.
That's nuts. Yeah, that is just nuts. Little Boy has an overview of the entire circle. That's the nade raining in. Doesn't do any damage, but he doesn't need to either. Look at his teammates. They're standing there perfectly positioned to just greet the Chile players as soon as they come out of the containers. And Pocho, he needs to stay alive under any and all circumstances because he's been the biggest fragger. But I think Diego knows that he's going to be coming around this corner any second. Now DBS in hand, isn't he? The DBS, the S12K. Pocho goes down. That equalizes things, but he'll be traded almost entirely by his team. Obviously by Chile's team here, and it's another quick 1v1 trade. But I think Little Boy, he's going to be able to secure this. Look at his angles. There's no chance. Chile is going to walk into him with open arms. And he'll be able to pick them apart as soon as they exit the blue zone. And yeah, they do. Little Boy, what a performance, what a position. Brings back and brings home the chicken that they've lost in the last round, unfortunately, for any Brazilian fan. But does it really matter, Kovo?
I mean, it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter now. I think I said 5 points per game. They've just gotten themselves 22. So they've just gotten that point threshold without playing the last 3 games, and I think they've just locked themselves in. They're fighting for first place with Chile now. They're fighting for who wins this tournament, but we need crazy things to happen if we want anyone to catch that up, even if they stop playing now, even if the top 2 teams stop playing now. We need a massive performance from someone in 3rd, 4th, or 5th. And even though a team like Ecuador, for example, play a massive game here, like he said, they push themselves up the leaderboard, but they don't push themselves close enough to the top 2. They just push themselves close enough to literally everybody else. Brazil and Chile just look so hard to beat right now.
Yeah, look, I hate to say it, and it's tough for me to get hyped about this win now, because it's been a well-thought-out win. Yes, I mean, Circle played a part in it, and I said it from the very beginning. The toughest part is actually finding good footing inside container. And they had that phase 3. I think that's when I said it already, right? If you get an entry early into this, and you know where it's going to end, you can just pick the best spot inside container, and everyone's going to have to move towards you. But that part paired with Little Boy's spot was still a really great play. But ultimately, as I said, it didn't really matter because Brazil just is that consistent. And Chile is as well. And yes, underdogs have come out today as well. Really strong. Picking up rounds. I'm talking Colombia. I'm talking Ecuador now with a good performance despite the circles not going their way. But if these teams continue to perform just based off of day 1, it's not going to be enough. And with 11 teams only, a round like this, once again, is going to be incredibly tough to be caught up on. And almost impossible now with 3 games to go. And that, man, I hate to say it. I really hate to say it, trust me on this, but I think this might have been the decision right now. I look back at all these qualifications. None of these have been that decisive.
Yeah.
So far.
None of them have been this clear cut. None of them have been this obvious from a early point onwards. And I think yesterday we said, okay, this is looking like it might get interesting, but we're not feeling like Argentina is on the same level. And today that has kind of materialized. It's a really, really good game for Ecuador. It's a really good game for Brazil, of course. But when you're switching over to the match standings and you're switching over in a second, especially to the game standings, the overall leaderboard, you're going to see that things are slipping out of reach. Colombia, excuse me, not Ecuador. 8 elims for them in this game. This is not the match leaderboard that we actually wanted to look at. Okay, there we are. It wasn't Colombia. It was Ecuador. Okay, I was right. Stats are a little bit bugged at the moment. But yeah, it's gonna become a question of how high can you get on this leaderboard? How far can you push yourself? But maybe it does not become a question anymore of can you actually qualify to the World Esports Championship?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think that might have just happened with that last game. Ecuador, massive performance still. 80s especially, 7 eliminations. And even Lorenzen, who got gifted quite a few just based off of his position, really can't compete with that. 80s fighting his way through to the western side. A lot of isolated fights also meant he essentially beat 7 different players in that game. So let's take a look at these match standings this time around. Really good shout out to production. They fixed this one really fast. But yeah, Brazil 22 points. Man, Chile still 10. Once again, I hate to say it, but this is their qualification. And especially for us as a caster, man, we hate to see something like this because we want to keep the suspense up, but they just look unbeatable, and we gotta give it to them as well, just deservingly up until this point. These two teams are the most consistent, are the most dangerous teams as well. They can never be count out, and no one else so far has really shown that consistency. And due to the fact that we only have 2 spots, yeah, everything we've seen so far, it's deservingly the leaderboard situation that we have at hand, right? With Brazil and Chile both running away with it. There's another 12 points of difference between Brazil and Chile that now gets closed down, but no one's there to catch up on that distance. No one's there to equalize the distance to get to Brazil or Chile in the first place. So it keeps on being these 2 teams.
Yeah, and it's gonna have a little bit of look at the team head to head, and it's gonna be an interesting story of how well Ecuador played this game, but look at the damage Brazil was able to farm. But it's, again, the overall standings are what matters in the end. Not a lot of people are gonna remember what a cool game Ecuador played in the North Georgia Pole area in match number 9 of the qualifier. Teams will remember that Brazil went. Teams will remember that Brazil went to the World Esports Championship, and that's the one that stays, and that's the one that sticks. And yeah, that's now a 31-point gap with 3 matches to go. It is a 46. Wait, it's a 41-point gap. Jesus Christ, Felix.
That is nuts. As I said that, what I just said, right, with Brazil and Chile running away, I thought there was this tiny voice in my head that said, maybe I'm over-exaggerating. But honestly, I'm really not. I might be under-exaggerating with that current leaderboard situation. 41 points is the difference between second place and a non-qualifying spot, which is Argentina, that really have done nothing today. So the rest of the teams that have performed nicely, Colombia, Uruguay, even Dominican Republic, and Ecuador to some degree, these teams are still nowhere close to it. These teams are half of what the top 2 teams, the qualifying spots, have. So if that doesn't show you guys out there that, yeah, this qualification unfortunately has been really clean and cut from the start for these 2 teams, I don't know what does. But yeah, getting back to the match MVP in this specific game, it's been 80s, 7 eliminations. It's got to be the player to be highlighted there. It's got to be good for them as well. They're representing the nation really, really well. But in the end, I mean, experience does shine through, and experience, as a matter of fact, is what Chile and Brazil, in terms of their individual players, have en masse.
Yeah, and somehow Mystic is still clinging onto the top 5, as we have a look at the top performers halfway into the day. But it is dominated by Lorenzen, by Diego. And even though Chile has been quiet today, we still have Milovan and Simple there at the top. 20 elims in 9 matches is absolutely mental for Lorenzen, and especially high impact ones as well. Maybe not this game, but the last game he got some really big ones into Uruguay coming out of the compound. So great stuff from the Brazilian squad, especially today. Insane stuff from Chile yesterday. Not today, but Brazil is the one that's really picking up the slack today, and they're just a league above the rest. But rest is a good topic. We're going to have some rest. We're going to go to a short break, and then we have 3 more matches of PUBG Mobile Esports for you.
ladies and gentlemen, it's been I hate to say it, but it's been a nice qualification. I don't think anyone is gonna catch up. Is it too early to tell, Cole? You tell me. I don't think it is. It's 41-point difference for anyone to catch up to Brazil, for anyone to catch up to Chile. Obviously, these guys have crossed the 100 points mark quite convincingly, and everyone below, even Argentina, is at least 40 points away from qualification. And this is only Argentina either, right?
Yeah.
This I'm saying either. This is only Argentina, actually. The rest of the teams are even further below. So that's even an even bigger problem that at this point might even be impossible, actually, like legitimately impossible in 3 games to catch up. And we have never had such a decisive and convincing qualification to once again bring up that topic, Koval. None of these other qualifiers, I'm talking Asia and Oceania, I'm talking Europe, and we have the Africa qualification coming out as well. I think even that is going to be closer than this one. But Brazil and Chile, what a performance up until this point.
Just worlds above what the rest of the lobby has been able to pull
Yes.
off. And I think we're getting into territory where we're just going to enjoy 3 matches of PUBG Mobile. I'm going to see where that takes us. You want to believe every single time, right? You want the underdog story. But listen, 41 points in 3 games when they're both playing well. It's not like they're just going to fall asleep. It's not like Brazil is just going to go home and say, Caralho, we're gonna go watch some Neymar stream some PUBG Mobile on Twitch, you know? It's not gonna happen.
He did play PUBG Mobile as well, right? Neymar played PUBG Mobile.
I think I've seen him play PUBG PC as well. The guy's been around the block, you know? He's been trying out some things. But that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen, all right? And they're gonna continue playing their game. They're gonna continue having fun as well, and just rounding up people and going for fights. I'm not a believer, all right? I'm not a believer. I'll put it that way. You can be a believer. I'll support you.
I'm not though. That was my entire point, Cole.
Yeah,
I'm not a believer, unfortunately.
Anyone in chat, you know,
Look,
you think Suriname is gonna make it? I would love to see it. I would love it. I'm not a believer
I love
anymore,
to meet these guys, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they've had, you know, maybe second biggest fan base in chat. You can prove me wrong by spamming other flags, you know, but
that's cheesy. Come on, stop it.
I'm just pumping up the
That is so
interactions
very
on the
cheesy.
stream, you know. I'm just pumping up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers. But yeah, I mean, we're both in agreement at this point that they deserve it.
Yeah.
They both have played fantastic PUBG. I said my point before this, right? I said Chile. Why do I keep saying Chile now? It's Chile yesterday, and
I said
today.
Chile as well, I think.
Yeah, the Americans, they say Chile, but
Chile.
yeah, it's just
Do
not.
they actually say Chile?
Yeah, but in Chile they say Chile, so I think it's fair to say Chile. But you know,
Alright.
whatever floats your boat at this point.
Either way they
3 more
qualify,
games.
we'll find out. Actually, we'll find out. I guess when, well, in case we're in Riyadh, obviously.
Oh, I don't have to
we're
find
about
out. I know already. It's just my brain is really silly at this time. You know, when you've watched Chile dominate so much PUBG Esports,
Yes.
and they play spicy and they play hot.
They play amazing. They play like Chile as well
Exactly, you got my drift.
give into that dad
Nice.
joint. Yes.
Nice.
It's been a good
Beautiful.
pan, Kovo.
Yeah.
What a
Wow.
perfect pan. Pun. I'm saying pan now. I mean pun.
Perfect
Obviously.
Pan.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Love my pan.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can have some fun. We know who's qualified at this point. Unless obviously a miracle happens. But if that happens, I'm giving out UC to absolutely everyone who's now spamming their country's flag in the chat. So if Brazil or Chile, if they do not qualify, if one of these teams doesn't qualify, let's put it that way, I'm giving UC to everyone who's now spamming the chat. You guys can find me on Instagram at Falix Samuel, and I'll make sure to give you guys UC. That's sponsored by myself. But
What's a UC?
unfortunately, UC is in-game currency for everyone that doesn't know it. You can get amazing skins. Don't act like that, Koval. Come on, you know what UC is.
You have a creator code you want to give out at the same maybe?
No. We'll stop it right there. Okay. We stop it right there. It's just that's how sure I am that these teams will go to Riyadh at the later stages of this year and will compete for the lion's share of the amazing prize pool that we have at hand. Oh, there, 130,000. Yeah, just like that. $1 million prize pool, by the way, this year in total for the Iesf, and I think that one is is, by the looks of it, only going to increase going forward into the next couple of years. Amazing stuff coming out from the International Esports Federation. It's always a blast. In case you haven't seen last year, at Yash, that was one hell of a tournament. We'll have an event.
Yeah.
The entire city was there to watch esports. It's legitimately the entire city. So in case you've watched these little small trailers in the breaks, that's actually what it looked like during all of the days.
I've never seen anything like it. It was like an esports festival. It was super nice.
We've been at a couple events as well. I mean, we've been around the world.
And none of them was this kind of vibe with everybody just hanging out. But guys, we've been hanging out. This has become a podcast at this point. And we have some tech issues with the players getting into the lobby. And we're going to spare you from another 5 minutes of podcast yapping. And we're going to go to a short break until match 4, comes up. So short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We're back. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going right back into the action. Despite, I think, the qualification already being out there, I think we've seen the overall leaderboard. We will still stay hyped because, obviously, we still have 3 more matches to go.
Yeah.
But, yeah, to cut...
The Felix Kowo podcast is not going anywhere. Not going anywhere.
Actually, I kind of want to finish that point, actually. Bringing back... you bring me back to the little podcast episode that we just had. Iesf was amazing.
Yes.
So in case you have the opportunity, in case you live near Riyadh this year, or maybe even in Riyadh, you should definitely go. You should go to the International Esports Federation World Esports Championship 2024 because, once again, these guys have put up an amazing event. No matter where they've hosted that event, right? It's been in Seoul, it's been in Yash just last year, for example. It's been in all kinds of different cities. Jakarta, for example, and all of these events have been nothing short of amazing. I gotta be honest, I didn't realize these amazing events were that amazing until I actually participated in one. I wish I would have known that sooner, because I'm not gonna lie, I would have been there for some other ones. And I know you're laughing, because I just said to him in the pause that I'm not gonna fly throughout, obviously, not going to fly to the ends of the world for it, but looking back at it, if I would have known Yash was that amazing and the other tournaments would have been that amazing as well, I would have.
You're going in circles, Felix. You're broken. The record's broken.
Yes, I know you don't believe me, but I would have.
No.
Either way.
I'm saying the same thing. I'm not selling out here. I was going to Iesf for work, and then I was like, wait, this stuff's actually very cool.
Yeah, look. That's what I said.
You need a break, all right? We're not going to a break, though. We're going to a game, okay? You take a breath, okay? Air in, air out. 3 more games of Pubg Mobile. We have 1 Erangel. We have 2 Miramars. And we have 2 teams we're sending to the World Esports Cup. We already have, I think, something around 10 teams there, roughly. I think we have 12 teams there already. We're sending 2 more today. We're sending 2 more in the African Esports Championship, and I'm gonna have to get a new co-caster because you're absolutely done.
Yes, because look, I gotta be honest, I didn't expect this. I expected some favorites to at least run away with it, but not that we have 3 games to go and it's decided.
Yeah.
That's why I keep on laughing. I just cannot comprehend how crazy that is. And also I keep on laughing because you made me laugh.
It's over.
To some degree.
It's over.
But yeah. I don't know how. I don't even know. Look, I know we've seen crazy games from Brazil.
Yeah.
But we've almost only seen them have crazy games when they actually win the round. What has happened in between is what I'm asking. And I asked you this in the pause as well. I don't know where the rest of the points are coming from.
That's a crazy switch from losing your mind laughing to a very interesting question.
Yes, but it really feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Tell me I'm wrong.
No, they're both them and Chile have had really, really bad games, and they've had 1-pointers, 0-pointers, really, really rough games in between, which is weird when you look at how much better than the lobby they are and how dominant they are. Unfortunate driving there for Rema, but
yeah,
he does make it in the end. Crazy circle, by the way, almost no one in it. Chile looking for another good early land grab here, probably. Wouldn't be surprised to see them south of the Gatka area in a compound there, just holding it down until the late game. But I'm not sure, and they're going to be looking at those games probably, and they're going to have a bit of a think, because not only are they playing for the World Esports Championship, they're also a team that wants to improve anyways, right? They're also a team that wants to optimize their game plan. And I'm hoping, if I'm Brazil, that they're looking at that last game and they're realizing, hey, we won that game and we got a whole lot of kills, but we also had a 4v1 and we lost a player in it, you know? That shouldn't happen. And it's very easy to look past that stuff when you're winning, and it's very easy to ignore those things when you're winning. But realistically, those are the things you want to fix. And those are the things that are going to get more and more punished when you come to a global stage, a stage where only the best of each region are competing.
Yeah. I can only agree. I still think it's kind of funny to turn out this way.
Yeah.
Either way, I saw some flags being spammed in the chat, so Good to see you guys still believing. Runaway out there. Goddess, for example, with the Suriname representation, Argentina representation as well. Argentina still believes in it. And if I were to give it to any team, I think you'd agree with me. It has to be Argentina. They've at least shown us some kind of strength that could, you know, resemble the likes of Brazil and the likes of Chile. But it's not been consistent enough, unfortunately, so they won't be in the running either, at least not right now. They would need a win right now. This very game is going to be the very last chance of any kind of miracle happening. After that, it literally becomes impossible. I think right now, if the perfect outcome does come true, which is like a 20-kill dinner for any of the runner-ups, I'd even exclude any of the runner-ups except Argentina, actually. And so if Argentina doesn't get that 20, maybe 15-kill dinner, it's going to be impossible for them as well. Just mathematically impossible. So, a very last chance. If everything works out absolutely perfect for Argentina, then it is very possible. Otherwise, it really isn't. 65 points to 106 and 109. And I gotta stop myself talking, otherwise I laugh again, because I cannot comprehend how this qualifier is so incredibly different to all the rest of them.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's something that you have to just bring yourself to understand, is how crazy this day has been for Argentina. They started the day with 61 points, Alex, and they're up to 65 now. They have completely flopped. They have gone from a 60-point average, from a 10-point average to a 1-point average. And that has been the one thing that's cost them. If they had 10 points a game in these last 3 games, they'd be on 95. And they'd be completely fine, and they'd be in the running. So it's not been, you know, in a way, it's not just been Brazil and Chile running away with things. It's also just been Argentina not getting anything going today. It's really, it's been a rough day for an Argentina fan. And it's been a rough day to be an Argentina player, and yeah, you hope that they can muster up something, that they can find strength somewhere, but it's got to come now, or like you said, it will just be too late.
I can't. I still gotta laugh. Honestly, it's so absurd. I try to stop myself from laughing right there, but 106 and 109. Anyone else is gonna think I'm crazy that I'm laughing at this. But 106 and 109, as opposed to 65 and 60. I mean, you just told everyone what the starting point was. They've gotten like what 7, 8, 9 frags. My math is not the best. It was enough to pass university, but apparently not for this one. But yeah, 65 points. Argentina. You've kind of destroyed our hopes of any kind of suspense towards the end of these games. Is it fair to blame them? No, it isn't. I think it's been more so Brazil picking up the pace once more, playing a little bit more aggressively, playing a little bit more structured, a little bit more disciplined, and as a result of that, 106 points is going to be the position they're in right now with 3 more games to go. As you have the United States. Out of all the teams, it is United States once more. I think that completes the cycle now with all 9 games that we've seen so far. And them obviously playing aggressively in Phase 1. And yeah, once more, it's not going to be different in match number 10 either, as they will be having Colombia on the other side of the street. A rather weird contest. I think that gives you the first kind of indication that something has happened now with that last game, which means that some of these teams will have to start fragging immediately now to have any kind of chance. And we said the only team that realistically has a chance is Argentina, and they'll immediately lose a player. And that's due to Chile as well. How disastrous is that? It doesn't get any worse than this.
What a play as well. What a play from Chile. They know that they're probably through, but there's a tiny chance that maybe Argentina goes ballistic. What do? They bridge camp Argentina. Just exactly the right strats, exactly the right thing to do, and Argentina none the wiser falls into the trap. Colombia is running the exact opposite strat. They are trying to take things into their own hands. They are trying to get kills very early here. They're not hot dropping Rozok, but they're pulling up as soon as they can from the apartments, right? But it hasn't gone well for them either. And I think that's a second knock now from Kidu. The man's been putting up numbers, and I think he's just ruined any sort of dream a Colombian fan might have still had. Getting that second knock, potentially getting the first confirmed there as well. And turning that on its head, just stopping the Colombia train before it even leaves the station.
Stopping the train, something that is unfortunately not going to be possible anymore for the rest of the teams. By the looks of it, now that Colombia has gotten into a fight as well. But then again, I can understand why these fights are happening. They need to have a big game. They realize this as well, and that's the point I was trying to make earlier.
Yeah.
Everyone now realized that it's go big or go home, and that 3 times in a row. So unless Argentina and Colombia, I think Uruguay is too far down, but maybe Uruguay as well. Unless they get like a 20-kill win, it's going to be mathematically impossible. So they need this round. They need this big upset now. And that's why everyone is starting early. Because with 11 teams, you want to have isolated fights. And you want to get them as early as you can before they're all taken by someone else, especially these top teams. And that's also Uruguay is fighting, but they're losing players as well. Now down to the Dominican Republic to pick up these frags. And they will do so relatively cleanly. So far, not a player has been lost by the Dominican Republic, as they will be heading to 57 points, potentially even 60 after every flush has gone through.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. We're clutching at straws. We're holding on to dear hope. Good start for Dominican Republic, getting their health back up after this little altercation as well. This is that's a teammate in a car. Don't run that over. Circle goes far south. Remember when I said Chile might grab one of the most priority spots in the circle on Gatka, and they just decided not at all. We're not going for circle. We're going for Argentina. We have a goal in mind, and they have succeeded at that. No false arrogance, no false pride in making sure you get first place over Brazil. Qualification is what matters, and qualification is what they're aiming for.
What a nade by Alex. He's been one of the strongest fraggers in one of the toughest rounds last game. And he'll start off the same way in this one with a good flash on towards one of the Dominican Republic players, but all this, obviously due to the outcomes. What a shot. Wow, Cardi is going to take down, I think that was Lech in the distance. But all of this plays into the cards of Brazil and obviously Chile as well, because of the fact that none of these fights have been clean.
Wait, Cardi just naded himself. Must have got knocked with a nade in hand or something along the lines. I'm not sure what went on there, but not what you want to see in the kill feed, not what you want to see your teammate doing. 3 defeats for the Dom Rep, but losing a player early is going to once again slow them down considerably, put some brakes on that train. And now Brazil, Chile, all they have to do is follow the train. And it's looking a little dicey, it's looking a little spicy, but Brazil's not ready for it. They're falling away from this before it even starts. Little boy, not sure if he wants it or not. Papi Sour over the top, but Law has the off angle. Law has them covered, has them in their back pocket, and now they're coming back. Look at the sweep, look at them cruising on in. And just like that, Brazil will turn that around. There is a knock with the DBS, though. Maybe things do turn out a little bit more spicy than they were hoping for. Papi Sour outnumbered, though, Falix. It's looking like another cleanup. It's just Legend left alive, and there's a DBS on the opposite side, UMP as well. Brazil is not stopping anytime soon here.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Chile and Brazil, the 2 teams that do not need any further points, continue to perform. 3 and 2 frags being picked up by them in the early stages of this, and I think there's going to be more to come now. And you can just tell things have shifted now. This last game, everyone is just driving around trying to frag. It's just absolute chaos. If Suriname is taking on the United States, and the United States seem to have the upper hand in this one. 3 players now only left standing to compete against, as one more Molotov hits Zahil, and he goes down. That's a good Molotov, actually. I'm not sure how he was able to knock him, but he was able to flash him off as well. And that's Batbo with another great peek. Just one player left standing. I think that's Trent. Good news is he's got the DBS. Bad news is it's only 20 HP, and that's going to be enough to finish him off. AUG in hand, Suriname goes down. The United States do show a sign of life, even though it is a little bit too late.
3 times in 4 games, the US versus Suriname fight each other. And I think that's the 3rd time now. I'm not sure if Suriname won 1. They were looking good in one of these fights, but they have definitely lost 3, I think, to the US-American squad. 52 points for them at this point. They're going to maybe play a good game here. They're going to maybe join the ranks of the contenders. But they will have a chill 40-point gap to the very top. To the points that everybody's looking at.
Long shots. But nothing really connecting just yet. But I keep on coming back to the same point. Does it really matter? It really doesn't, unfortunately. And all these teams will just be using this to get a couple of more nice clips onto their Instagram. Get a couple of highlight reels filled up. I think that's what we saw the United States doing as well. As that team, that country, these representatives have been the most dominant force so far in this match number 10, at least in the early game. Next phase comes in, it's a deep southwest shift, as now Brazil is making their way into the next safe zone as well. They will be entering the north side of things. I'd be surprised if they drive too far, too deep into the center. I think at this point they'll just be minimizing the risk as much as possible of you know, being caught off guard in terms of losing players unnecessarily. And that rotation, I wouldn't even expect that they want to go for it, but it looks like they're going to play a 2-2 split. And never mind me, that is a different team in the distance. Actually, Brazil has breached that compound as a full 4-man. That's crazy. I think they know as well that everyone's going to be hunting for them, despite it not really being realistic. So they just look for the one spot that is literally unbreachable. And that's the compound they found.
It also becomes a question of, are you playing to the best ability in this lobby? Or are you playing the best PUBG in a maybe slightly more close and contested lobby, right? And maybe they feel like in a global lobby, this is what they would be doing. And so they want to play like that. They don't want to change their playstyle, especially now that they've already secured qualification. Eureka, who's been the man putting up numbers. I think he's the top fragger of the lobby still. At least he's close. I think he's probably been passed by Lorenzen, but very, very close to top frag in the lobby. Still putting up numbers, still putting out damage for the Chilean squad. And this time, M44X is the weapon of choice.
Joe is going to be looted. And that is Molina picking these weapons up. As Jill is still holding down that southern side. But, man, it's surprising. I honestly thought it was going to be a little bit more aggressive now. And it has been aggressive, yes, but not from these top 2 teams. And that's the weird part, right? They should be the ones driving around, just pulling up on everyone. But they're the ones actually playing the safest.
Yeah.
So, surprising strategy coming out from Chile and obviously Brazil as well, as now Eureka is making his way further towards the western side. I think he's trying to scout out that single-story building from Brazil, because in case a north or west shift happens, as always, that team on the hillside towards the east is going to have a really tough time rotating down.
Just from personal experience, I really like what Chile and Brazil are doing, because the early game in a lobby like this is nothing like the early game in a 16-team lobby, and it's nothing like the early game in a more contested, stronger lobby internationally, globally. So the late game, yeah, a 4v4, v3 or anything like that is very similar because there's not that many decisions to be made in that late game. It's a lot about just individual plays, shooting, small microsecond decision making. So it's much easier to practice the late game, and it's much easier to extract value from a game like this if you make it to the late game. So I love what they're doing, and I love what they will try to do with the circle. Chile probably just sliding on down that hillside, maybe playing around one of these two shacks, or going for a fight versus Guatemala, to try and just extract the most amount of practice and value out of this game. As we see Achilles punched out of the car, the USA landing some really good shots there, but probably nothing that won't be temporary. Gets a smoke on the car, tries to get the hell out of there, but the USA is not stopping. They don't have a space in the circle anymore, and they're just going for these kills.
Yeah. And I like it. So far, they've been really successful with that. As I said, they've been the most successful team in that match number 10 and the early stages of it. And look how they pull up as well. That's what I wanted to see earlier than match 10. Because the United States look really, really good, actually, when fighting. They look really good when aggressing. And they started early, but they just haven't really been able to get any kind of luck, any kind of consistent play going in the late game. And they will clean up these players as well. But they lose peak on the process, unfortunately. That means the United States down to 3 players, but 8 frags so far. I think for them it is all about honor now. It's all about dignity, making sure they finish off as strong as they can, as there's going to be one more player being caught on rotation, and it is against Brazil as well. Once again, it's all about qualification anymore. It is all about staying strong, representing your country to the best of your ability, and obviously they want to make sure that they'll be invited back for the next regional qualifier of the United States Esports Federation. One more breach coming on through. Chile being picked apart here, and it is no one else than Guatemala picking up these frags.
They were hoping for the opening. They were hoping Eureka could just open the door on wide and get them into this compound somehow, but it's a little late. He's a little late to the party. His team's already been swatted aside. Potro also gonna get flushed out here momentarily. Nice nade to get the flush, but also not enough to get the second knock. He's gonna run it down now. He's gonna get aggressive. He's gonna hunt down every last player he can find. Good nade to follow it up as well, and man, you can just tell the confidence, right? You can just smell it, you can see it, you can feel it. He comes around the corner. He's not messing around. He's hunting this down. He might lose this 1v1, but he's already done so much damage to that Guatemalan squad. Whenever they want to come out of their compound, they're going to have so many problems to deal with.
Yeah. It's gonna be tough for anyone else finding any kind of points with all these fights going on. I mean, it's phase 5 and we have 5 teams. Make that potentially 4 in a couple of seconds. When these teams on the southern side will be forced into each other as well. But at least Ecuador isn't really forced into anyone else for this phase. We'll be able to get Darien back. 4 players left standing. Only Brazil can really compete with that. Everyone else is down to just 2 players. Argentina reduced to 2. USA reduced to 2. And I was surprised Argentina even made it this far. But they were able to somehow stay alive with these 2 players out towards the southern side. But it's not over yet. Brazil now with a Hail Mary play right into the shack towards the south, with 2 players covering from the distance. And goes to show you, Brazil is taking this one as serious as it gets.
Love to see it. This is where I would have expected Chile to go. This is where I would have expected Chile to maybe slot on in, but they go for the more aggressive play. Brazil, more positional, surrounding the rest of whatever is left of the USA. With Ecuador peppering down from range. Probably the right play, probably the correct play. And a typical play for that squad. They've been, I think, that by far the best when you look at macro game, when you look at rotations and decision making, especially in the early game. Nobody's come close, but they have sometimes been beat by just the crazy fights that Chile has been pulling off.
Good shots. But they're staying alive is maybe even a bigger deal than they could potentially have an option now to take on both of these elimination points. This is a good nade. Wow, if that would have been popped just a tiny bit earlier, it would have actually worked out perfectly. could have maybe potentially taken down 1 or 2 players immediately. He still takes down one of the Brazilian players right below him. Is it going to be enough for a flash? I don't think so just yet. He's got no further utility. And that Molotov, I don't think it's going to hit perfectly. So Diego is going to be having a really tough time getting his player back. But it should be enough to at least secure the rest back and potentially deny a re-knock as well. And there you go. Little boy has been taken back up on his feet. And now there's one more nade being thrown. Kid has been taken down to around 20 HP too. And it looks like Brazil is actually kind of running away with this. But as I say that, shots from the distance do rain in. And Brazil loses players as well.
Man, Kidu's been so cracked. Kidu's been so good for that USA squad. But not enough this time. For Brazil, a little bit much to do with the molly as well. Just constricts him a little bit too much. Takes down too much of the possible movement he could have done. But he's been showing up. He's been showing up for the squad. Remember the game in Craters just a while ago, just one game ago, making big plays by himself, making big plays with the team. Even though they couldn't get a ton going, he's really been performing. Now the beaten up Guatemala squad is going to try and make their way towards Brazil. Same is true for the last Argentinian players, for the 2 Ecuadorians that want to come out of that northern compound. 2 knocks towards them. 2 bleeds they have to stop if they want to make it into zone.
Yeah. Well, it's been popped. Brazil has lost Little Boy, unfortunately, in that run up the hill and that pursuit for the last United States player. At least they've been successful in that pursuit. Mystic now finding daggers. Means Brazil is gonna have a big bump in winning probability. And you can see that right here. 31%. I'd argue it's way higher than this as well. By the looks of it, everyone else is going to have to fight their way in, while Brazil can literally just stay at the shack and kind of cover each other. And
yeah.
Look, as soon as anyone moves in further towards the safe zone, they're being shot at immediately.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the stats just don't know how good Brazil is either, right? It's just looking at the map. It's looking at how many players are alive, how many meds they have, how much util they have. It doesn't understand that Brazil has just been a level above. And now Guatemala wants to make the move on early. No chance for Alex. The second Ecuador makes a move, they're fully in the open as well. And Argentina, they haven't even had anyone to shoot at yet. They've got 0 elims. They've just picked up the first 2 on Ecuador here in the top 4. It's not been their game.
No, really hasn't. More shots now coming in from Lawrence. It's a clean pickup. I think at this point we can safely agree that Brazil playing this game that methodical, even though they have absolutely no reason to do so, being qualified already, means they want to go for the 1 spot. And they want to take back what they've missed out on yesterday, which is plenty of points, to be honest, which is massive amounts of points. So seeing this right here gives you a pretty good idea on how these guys really should have performed yesterday as well. And they do not want to give Chile that 1 spot. And yeah, with this game, they've already overtaken them, 8 frags. Question only is how big that difference is going to be. How many more frags can they secure in this round? And can they safely finish this? Because Argentina is still very much alive. And we said Argentina, they need a big game as well. But a second place is not going to be enough, right? We also said it needs like a 20-kill dinner to get somewhat close with 2 games remaining. This is not it. It's a good second place. It's good to bump up your overall total points, but it's not going to be enough for a comeback.
What if Mystic shows a little bit of the Mystic that we've seen yesterday? What if they can pull something off? They're letting nades rip right now. What if they're nading the smoke that Law is running into right now? Maybe there's a dream. Maybe there's a chance. But I'm looking at the angle Diego has. And I'm looking at how close the other players are getting, how much the util are getting out. And I see bad things coming the way of Argentina. One of those bad things is bouncing very nicely. And there's 2, 3, 4 more. How much can Mystic dance? It's all numbered. His days are numbered. Look at that barrage. It's a red zone. It's artillery at this point, and they know the last one has to be in the shack. Jerry, whenever he comes out, is going to have so much to deal with. He does the right thing, though. He tries to find Diego in the distance, and I think he does. But there's the nade in the shack, and Brazil calm as always. Calm as ever. They bring another one home, Felix.
Massive. Massive stuff. Brazil, just when they didn't need it anymore, they still come out with 11 frags on their own and win match number 10. Great stuff coming out from Brazil. As I said, they don't need this anymore. They don't need this at all. Still 2k damage being put out, and I touched on this at the end of the last game a couple of minutes ago. I think if this isn't a sign that they do not want to get second place in this, I don't know what is. It must be, because there's no reason for them to play as safe as this. And I want to argue the same can be said about Chile. Both of these teams could easily pull up on every single other team, and look how serious they still take this. Yeah. They literally camped the third place team, actually, but kind of the first place team in terms of runner-ups at the bridge phase 1. This is not a random coincidence that this has been done against Argentina. They want to actively secure qualification, and how do you do it, right? Yeah. Obviously, hitting the one team that has any potential of being the runner-up. Crazy that Argentina still is able to get that second place, but it's not going to be enough, right? Right from the get-go from phase 1, we knew it's never going to be enough now in terms of qualification.
It's beautiful. It's things you love to see. It's simple, but it's effective, and that's what Chile does, making sure that chances are massively hampered for that Argentinian squad. They just can't catch a break, right? They just can't seem to get it going. And, well, this is a classic Argentina game. This is a classic salvage. They've had many of those. They've had plenty of those in day 1, where they somehow claw their way into second place with not a lot of kills. But, yeah, that ship has sailed. That's not going to be enough anymore, even though Chile kind of dropped the ball a little bit and do get taken out here as the 7th place team, I believe. Brazil doesn't stop at all. And overall, Argentina just not doing enough. Not doing enough just yet.
No. Good performance from United States. Gotta give credit where it's due. Molotov almost sent him off again winning further in this round. I think it did in the end as well. But United States before that, man, aggressive, decisive, really good team fighting. I like what United States has shown us, and I said it from the get-go, right? This isn't the most experienced teams that you know, obviously United States Esports Federation can send into the running, but they still put up a pretty good show. And yeah, in terms of team fighting as well, I can't help but wonder what would happen if we replay the first 6 rounds and the United States dodge the early fights and, you know, immediately spawn into phase 3, phase 4. I think we would have the United States in the run for top 5, top 6 easily as well. Maybe they actually are now with this last round, but in the end, it is all about Brazil and Chile. And looking at these stats as well, gotta give it up for Law.
Yeah,
he's been consistently one of the strongest fraggers for Brazil now throughout the entirety of this tournament, entirety of this qualifier, and that's not changed in match number 10.
He's not been putting up the numbers that Lorenzen or Diego has put up, but this game was a good showing of why everybody on that team deserves to be there, and that everybody on that team has the potential to completely pop off, right? And that's what he does here. 7 elims, 800 damage. Diego gets himself 5 assists, but 4 knocks for Law. He's as a material part of that squad, and he shows it here on our Erangel match number 10.
Good stuff from the first place team now. Not only in the match standings, but in the overall leaderboard as well, surely, with Chile only taking 5. 21 points. Not to be underestimated how big of a deal that is, actually, in terms of taking first place. Only have 2 more matches to go. So for Chile to overtake Brazil now, it needs an equally big game, and Brazil to have minimum 1 week game as well. And even then, it's going to get really close. So really good stuff coming out from Brazil in the later stages now of this qualifier. I got to give it up for Ecuador and United States as well. I've talked about United States, but Ecuador too. I mean, unless they're experienced teams, coming out like this, it's not a given in the qualifier with how many PMSL players we have in this lobby. So, yeah, got to give it up for Ecuador. They're showing us willpower, they're showing us strength, and they want to represent that nation to the best of their abilities. And I think with the way they've handled themselves so far, I think they've been overperforming as well. So I think, yes, qualification maybe, in a different universe, they've actually wanted to make that happen. They'll be disappointed. But I think in this one, they can be quite content with their performance, and they should be going out to this qualifier with their obviously head held high.
Yeah, similar things for the USA. I think good game for them, good showing for them.
Yeah.
And we watched Kidu there a little bit, just dancing around the tree, being a big nuisance for that Brazilian squad. Unfortunately, not enough pressure coming all across the map to stop Brazil in their tracks, who are now a solid 13 points ahead of Chile, who is a solid 41 points, still clear of Argentina. So nothing changed there. Argentina separating themselves a little bit from Colombia, but that's pretty much the only thing happening on that scoreboard. The tie has not really separated. We still have 59, 58, 57, and 57. 4 spots right behind each other. The US has now put themselves inside of that pack that is extremely stacked towards the middle of the scoreboard. But it's also the pack that's not gonna be competing for slots here. Crazy game out of Argentina. Maybe we start hoping. But yeah.
I mean, 41 points still. I mean, nothing has changed.
No.
Really, it's still 41 points.
That's just one less game. So
yeah.
Something has changed, but I am gonna just believe that it's believable. I'm gonna believe that it's possible until this next
Two
game.
dinners. 2 dinners is what they need.
Yeah.
As Law takes the match MVP in match number 10, nothing surprising here. 7 eliminations. That's going to be 7 big ones towards his total pouch of eliminations in this tournament. He's definitely in the running for taking the overall MVP spot in this regional qualifier here at the America region. Either way, yeah, United States back in the running, I guess, to take a top 5 spot. Right now, they're in 6th place. They've shown us that these guys, possess the willpower, the strength, and obviously the fighting ability as well. So it's going to be exciting to see how they finish this. But yeah, 41 points, still the difference. You said you're a believer. Then you said you're not believing. Then you said you're believing again. I don't know what to believe anymore with you, Kobo. I, for one, sure as hell do not believe anymore. It's 41 points. They need a dinner now, and they need another one to back that off.
Show me a dinner. Make me believe.
Yeah, but
Vamos
also with
Argentina.
everyone fighting the early game, I don't know how that's supposed to happen.
No sé. I don't know. I just want to see them win. We want to see them win. We want to see what the last 2 Miramars have in store for us, guys. And we have 2 more Miramars for you in a few minutes. So you know the drill. We're going to a short break, and then we'll be back with the last 2 matches of the tournament.
once again, we are back from our little break. The beauty sleep has been had. We are ready to impress you guys with awesome topics coming into this game. We'll tell you all about it. And then Chile or Brazil is probably going to take it away and increase the gap a little bit more. I will say it again. Please do it, Argentina. Please. Make it spicy. Make us believe. There's a chance. You're not a believer. No one that's thinking with their head is a believer, but I'm thinking with my heart here, Felix.
Yeah, but thinking with your heart, I mean, as soon as you get your first heartbreak, you're just not going to do that again, are you? So maybe Argentina is going to be that first heartbreak, that first PUBG Mobile Esports heartbreak of your caster career, Corvo.
I think I had my first heartbreak in Argentina. Is that the next topic for the broadcast, for the podcast?
Oh, did you? Yeah, you lived in Argentina. I think that's where your bias comes from. Yeah, isn't there? Yeah. To be expected. Yeah, we met Argentina last year at the Iesf World Esports Championship. This time around, it looks a little bit tougher. But obviously, the competition has changed. And with only top 2 going to Riyadh, it's just so tough. And we talked about this for hours on end. I don't even want to bring it up again. I kind of feel like I have to at this point because we're running out of talking points. Top 2 only.
Really?
In case you just tuned in. Oh. Yes, and the top 2 are currently 40 points. Not even 40 points, 41.
That's a lot of points, isn't it?
41 points away from not qualifying. That's how far Chile and Brazil are. And I think with Chile having slowed down in the last game, I think that is going to change to an even bigger gap with the way that these guys have played last game. They played super disciplined. They've been playing super focused despite their qualification almost safely being secured. So if they continue playing like this, there's legitimately no one that can do anything about this. Because that miracle that you keep talking about coming out for Argentina only works, like mathematically only works. I'm not talking about them suddenly playing amazing. That doesn't even matter. If Chile gets a couple of frags each game, then it's going to be mathematically impossible to qualify. And I mean, we keep on yapping about who's going to qualify. But I guess we're going to find out. Last 2 matches are now starting. We have Miramar. We had a hot job yesterday, Kovo. So let's get over to predictions. Who's going to win this game? Actually, let's get spicy. Who's going to win this game, Kovo?
Are you asking the heart or are you asking the brain?
I'm asking, give me a little bit of both.
All right. The heart is saying Argentina.
Okay.
And the brain is saying
Mucho gusto.
Chile. Seguramente lo van a asegurar. Está finito. Estamos chao.
Amazing.
Yes.
Whatever you just said, that is nothing short of amazing.
Porque no liberaron la bestia, okay?
What does that mean?
I'm just listening to Twitch chat, all right? Because Twitch chat is saying Octi has just not been let loose at this lobby. And that's the problem Argentina is having. All right?
Interesting.
That's what Runaway 11 is saying. And he has to be right.
He kind of is right as well. I'm not going to lie. He's
He might be 13 years old, but he knows a lot of things.
Yeah. Where did you get the age from?
The 11. His name is Runaway 11.
So you mean he's been born in 2011?
Yeah.
That's a big stretch. That's a big stretch right there. You know what also is a big stretch?
This parachute.
Yes, and also Argentina winning this game.
Oh.
But they've at least got the circle, so they will be positioned perfectly in phase 1, and I'm looking forward to seeing Argentina do something with the last game. They've been gate-kept right at the bridge from Chile, at that point, first-place team. Now Chile has been obviously denied that first spot with Brazil's performance. And to be honest, I don't think we're going to see Chile trying to focus Argentina from this point onwards anymore. I think they'll be focused on grabbing back that one spot on the overall leaderboard from Brazil. Because as we said, they still took this round incredibly serious, and so did Brazil. And that goes to show you these guys want to take the one spot, and there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, like I said, love to see that. Love to see the discipline. Love to see them closing out games as well, getting themselves into late game. I think it's the best practice you can get yourself.
Suriname, on the other hand, they've not had a good day today. They were much better yesterday than they have shown us today, and they are now just trying to take some fights, trying to take some early aggression, maybe get something going, hoping not to meet USA again. That's been their absolute nemesis throughout the day. And, well, that first aggression, that first little bit of contact has not gone their way. It's Dallas who picks up the first.
Yeah. It's been tough for them. It's been tough for United States as well, kind of dodging these fights, but I don't think it would be Ecuador, and I don't think it would be the United States, obviously, performing here with the players they have, if they wouldn't go aggressive again, and again, and again. And also, it obviously would be, for us as viewers, a little bit more depressing in terms of the early game. Talking about depressing, that was Dorian going down, unfortunately. Trent is going to pick him up. And that is a beautiful Molotov. Wow, this looks like an easy throw, but it really isn't. That's really, really far. And Trent makes sure to pick him up. He's being covered, though, by 80s. And 80s shot back down to around 30 HP. Maybe he's going to get away with it.
How good are ARs? How good are ARs? Taking them down to 30 HP. First aid comes through. 50 HP instantly again. 9 bullets left in the AUG is all that 80s has left to work with. But the SKS so much slower to try and get that flush there. Trent, he really doesn't want to stay on that roof, but he really wants to make sure he gets the flush. Now he's going to see the bleed out. He's going to know, okay, job's done for now. Maybe time to get off the roof, or maybe time to slow things down a little bit. He can still give them a ton of information from his position here. He just has to make sure he doesn't get taken out. He doesn't get found out on the angle, but there it is. Reposition to make sure he can actively keep playing that game, as they now have equalized the numbers.
Good stuff. As Ecuador is still looking to close this out. They've got kind of a weird split inside the city, with Dallas and Adagas obviously being on the other side of things, and 80s being all on his own. So he could potentially take the 1v1, but everyone is kind of slowing things down. Everyone wants to get into this fight with as much equipment as possible, and that's why they're continuously looting the buildings all around now. And yeah, Trent in the distance, you can see, still hasn't changed his position. He's being aimed at the entire time, so it's going to be really, really tough for him to move out of that building. So I think essentially it could be a 3-on-2 here if they are able to hold Trent there for the entirety of the fight. But it's, yeah, I mean, it's tough positions all around. I'm not even sure who's going to engage who. I think it's going to come down to a couple of 1v1s.
You've given up.
I have given up. Yes, I have. I think, look, no one's going to be able to cross to Hades because Suriname still has a player in the building right north of him, which is Hill. But also none of the players from Suriname can cross towards him because Ecuador's got players on the other side. So it must be 80s now. Engaging Sahel, and I think that's where he's looting towards as well. And as soon as he knows that he's in this exact building, I think he's gonna take the 1v1 as well. You can see 80s, he's heard it now. He's playing it cool, calm, and collected. At some point, he's gonna have to activate that trap.
They'll have to fight after some point. If they want to keep playing this game, we saw Achilles there on the map as well, not far off. Colombia is not far from this, but not interested to third party this until they see the lot more knocks in this and an absolute chaos unfolding. Then maybe they'll get into it, but for now they're probably just going to try and play this game. They're already in the blue zone as well. You can see on the little thing right below the minimap that these players will also be inside the blue zone in a matter of seconds here. As now the shots are coming out. 80s still stepping around, still hoping to find a frag. He's got a shotgun and a UMP. He's well equipped for this fight, but he's got to be careful of the timings. He's got to be careful of the angles if he wants to stick around in this. Tricky fight for both of them. But Pils has lost his 1 versus 2 on the other side, and that's bad news bears for Sahil.
Nade now coming out from Zahil. Barely misses 80s. But he's staying alive for the time being. But he's got the shotgun. What a peek coming out from 80s. That's perfect. And one pellet is all he needs. Sanhok goes down. Headshot to flush him out. And Ecuador brings back man advantage. 3-on-1 now, actually. With the player being dropped in the meanwhile as well. You can see Dallas on 2 frags now. But they've lost a player, and so that round also will be a weakened one to start with for Ecuador. Then again, they've shown us today that it doesn't necessarily mean anything for them.
It's wicked, though. Trent, the one who's gotten the 1 frag for Suriname in this one. He's going to look for a second one, but the longer this takes, the uglier it gets for both of these teams. And it's pretty much just trying to do a little bit more damage at this point, as other teams are taking space inside the circle, taking positions to be playing out the rest of the game from. Completely different story for teams that are still in a hot drop. You can see Colombia as well. They haven't made big moves, but at least they've got all the loot they need, all the gear they need, and they are now in transition into this zone that they're coming in from a really beneficial angle. Can't say the same for Ecuador at all.
Yeah. Good circle for everyone that was already positioned on the northern side. For Brazil, it's going to be a pretty easy entry as well. So not only the northern side is going to be at a slight disadvantage, but advantage actually is what I mean. But also that eastern and western side. You can see Colombia rotating in through the hillsides around crater fields. They should have a pretty easy entry. And while everyone is finding a position inside the circle, there's a couple of teams still fighting on the edges. And that's all around Minas, just east of the graveyard. Batters now opens things up, tries to at least, but Yuka's there, shuts him down. DBS. We've seen the weapon just not being able to be beat in so many instances, and this time it's not going to be any different. Panama now tries to back that up, but it's Winter being shut down too, so 2 immediate frags going the way of Chile. And with Jesus being spotted, I don't even know he's going to be able to get out of this one alive.
This is looking a little dicey here. This is not looking like a position you want to find yourself in. There's another one. Portugal finds one. Eureka comes around the corner, and Chile does what Chile does best. They dominate in a team fight, and they dominate so quickly that they might even get out unscathed here. Potro is in a little bit of trouble. He has to be careful to not get caught up by the US, but if they're getting out of here in time, they might keep 4 up. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get out in time. Bad Boy is mighty close to this.
Yeah, I don't think so either, to be honest. And like this aggression once again from the United States, look how they set themselves up. 2 players up towards the southern side, 2 players through the eastern side of Minas, and they'll be rewarded for it. Kid takes down Eureka. And that's the first knock, not going the way of Chile, actually. Instead, it's going to be the United States. Then again, they know who they have in front. They also know that they gotta be careful fighting Chile, not only because they've been absolutely dominating this lobby, but also because Chile has nothing to lose anymore. And that might be dangerous. It might be maybe even more dangerous than their strength in and of itself.
Rough spot for them there. USA creeping up, unknown, getting themselves into positions before Chile can react. Argentina, meanwhile, sitting in one of the best compounds in the circle. They've had their pick, right? They've had any sort of chance they could have ever wanted. And if this isn't the game, then what is? Brazil picks up one in transition. Law again. Oh, it's the second one as well. Lorenzen finds one more. That's crazy. Law and Lorenzen pick up one each. But it's actually stolen away. There we go. First bit of good news for Argentina and the Argentinian fans. That's 2 picked up for Argentina. It's 7 down as well. And should be a nice and easy nade. Oh, the Nico just goes past Wako. The menace of the bridge is the last one to deal with here for Mystic. The pre-fire comes out. He has a nade, but he's got to cook this to perfection. And he's got to make sure it doesn't get knocked on the peak. Should have plenty of time, though, to get that into the back room. And that should make things easy to clean up for the Argentinian squad.
Yeah, good stuff. Good nades coming out. Argentina finding themselves 3 frags to begin this round. 40 points. 41 points to be exact. Maybe even 42 if you want to overtake Brazil. Is the difference. Not even Brazil, it's Chile at this point. So, plenty of more points being needed than just the 3. And with Chile having secured frags as well, I think 2 of them make that 43, maybe even 45. So, crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. That still needs to be done by Argentina to have a shot at this qualification, which is why we said we're so certain time and time again that these 2 teams will be going through. But it's not out of the question just yet. Brazil, these are the frags that really do not matter at all anymore in terms of qualification. Mathematically impossible for anyone to reach them but Chile, and even then they would only drop down to 2nd place. 2 frags in this round again, and it's Guatemala that really has this massive task now ahead of them, because defending this against these hungry players with the 4th Brazilian player now coming in as well, it's going to be almost impossible, at least judging by what we've seen so far from them.
They're fishing with nades. Look at that. That's a good bunch of youth coming out. Little boy is actually down to 1 HP. They're trying to line up another barrage here, but Brazil has clung to life for now. They're getting the first aids off. Law doesn't have one of those. He's got a painkiller, but it's not going to help all too much when you're down to 30 HP. Now the utils coming on back. All they need is 1 knock and they're flooding in there. That's Alex knocked from far. It's Jerry, out of all people, that opens the door wide for Brazil, but he actually does get the flush. Oh, that must have been on the outside. The mini actually does come through. And it's another point for Argentina. And that's a big knock. That's a big knock. He had a nade in hand as well. This is not good for Brazil at all.
No, it's really not that good. But they have Law still left standing, so it's not over until he falls, I feel like. And look at who's arriving in the distance. This is not a coincidence either. United States is trying to pick up every third-party opportunity that's being thrown at them. And they've already positioned themselves up towards the eastern side of it. It's already being thrown in. They want to get all the flashes they can. But it's going to be Fishy actually taking down Lorenzen, so that's going to be 1 denied for the United States. But I really like this aggression once more. Pika now chimes in, takes down the last player from Brazil. They will go out with 0 placement points. They actually make that maybe 1 placement point actually in 7th place. And only 2 frags being gathered. So Brazil not as exciting this game as the last one. They've been a little bit more aggressive as well. And they will fall at the hands of the United States.
How is Bad Boy out there? And how is he not getting caught by Argentina? We just saw them knock a Guatemalan player on the exact same spot, but I think he might have been a little bit closer to the building, and maybe the angle was a little steeper. He stays alive, comes in the building, actually gets a knock for himself. Clears out another player with the UMP. Maybe the smoke was just not visible on the free cam there. Maybe the fence was just good enough, but they stay alive for now. And with another circle shift, they're now towards the edge of it. They have a full Argentinian squad looking to close them out, looking to gatekeep them. It's not an easy job. It's not free. It's possible. It's doable. But it's not free at all. And just like that, we're down to the top 5 here, Alex.
Yeah. Stage 4, phase 4, and it's 5 teams. All of these teams trying to grab as many frags as they can, and then there's Chile. Chile in the midst of it, making sure that even if Argentina picks up 20 frags in a win, and they've got 4 at the moment, that they will still be ahead of Argentina, even if they win a 2nd game in a row. Because that's what's going to happen. If Chile gets a 3rd, gets a 2nd, which is very likely from the position they have, then that means even 2 dinners from Argentina have absolutely no impact on the leaderboard situation. That's also got a sting as Argentina right now, because they're sitting in this game and they know they've tracked the kill feed. They know that Chile is still very much alive with all 4 players. And they've also gathered a couple of LMs. So everything they've done so far has been for absolutely nothing, because that difference has not changed. Chile is on 4 LMs, Argentina is on 4 LMs. So if anything demotivates you more than this, it's got to be just going out straight up in the early game or being camped by Chile, which is what they've done as well in the very last games. Chile is playing this one to absolute perfection right now.
They just haven't liberated the bestia. You know, they haven't let Octi loose. They have 21.8% chances of winning this, and Chile has 21.9. Things are rough. The deck is stacked against them. USA, on the other hand, not looking super likely. Yes, they are 4 up right now, but they don't have a ton of space. They really have to find a really good opening here towards the Argentinian squad, and the more time ticks down, the less likely that seems to be. But Argentina has shifted all their players off to the north. Now there is a spot for Chile to swatch on through, to maybe have a potential angle to slide on through towards that southern side. Do they go for it? Do they want that? Do they want to go for the straight up fight? We'll have to wait and see. But we won't have to wait long here, Felix.
No. We won't have to find the answer for very long. I think it's going to happen in this phase. United States now trying to figure out any kind of spot they can enter this. And this is the kind of United States I would have loved to see in the first day. I know I said this a couple of times now, but they just continue to surprise me. They play the edge, they play confident, they play fierce. Then they're not afraid to take risks. They're not afraid to take risks individually as well. Look who they leave Bad Boy with. Essentially a full 4-man squad of Argentina, while the rest rotates back and is trying to gather more angles on this approaching fight. And this looks nothing like the United States we've seen yesterday. Maybe in parts also because once more they fought in the early stages of the game for so very often. But I also just feel generally, even when they have gotten into late game, they've not shown this amount of fierceness and this amount of risk-induced decision-making. So, good on the United States. I like seeing that play. It's been fun to watch them.
9-day difference from day 1 and 2. They're driving into a solo member here for, I believe, what is Ecuador. Not sure if I saw that right. And they are clearing it out easily. Dallas, no chance, outnumbered, outgunned. Becomes the 4th elimination for the US-American squad, who really have bolstered their confidence today. Level 3 gear as well on Pika. That does help a little bit. The rest of Ecuador, you can see them on the minimap. They're looking into this now, but it's a little late. It might just be too late, because they have lost their anchor player in here.
Mystic. He's been hiding in this car for quite some time now. I think it's actually quite the smart decision. I'm just surprised that Chile's falling for it. Gotta be honest, I thought they were gonna be the team to figure that out, but as of right now, Chile's got no idea, as they are continuously playing in through that southern side. It's a slow stage 4, it's a slow stage 5, it might even be a slow stage 6, because no one's really forced into each other. In the meanwhile, we have Colombia stretching out. Look, this is the type of play that goes to show you, despite a team like Colombia not making any big strides on the overall leaderboard, look how they play this late game. This is the type of play only a good team is gonna do. This is the type of split that only a good team is gonna do in phase 5 and phase 6. Look how much space they have. Look how much space they're denying. And if a team like that, just based off of that macro play, still isn't contention for a top 2, not even close, it goes to show you how good these top teams actually are, how good Chile are, and how good Brazil are, even though it hasn't always looked that way. And even though I had that little laugh attack as well, thinking about how Brazil even got up to that point, or maybe even Chile got up to that point, excluding the big rounds that they've had.
Really good as well how they realize the threat. Because splitting wide is one thing, but pulling together at the right time is the hard part, right? And realizing you're going a little bit too greedy here maybe, and Chile, the team next to you, now has to make moves and has to start getting aggressive. That's the time where you pull it together, you consolidate your split, and you stay strong towards this late game. So really good decision making from them, and things you love to see as Chile is now looking for opportunities to weaken the team below them. Because if you're looking at the map, they have no space left here, Felix. They have to do something, but they don't want to do something until the teams below them have made a move, and that's Argentina, and that is Colombia as well. Or the United States, excuse me.
Yeah. I'm thinking about how United States is going to play this. I think no matter where they move, it's going to be the entire circle watching them. This is not supposed to happen in Phase 6, right? Usually it's a pretty good exit, but it only works if, plenty of other teams all around them are not just solely focused on you. And unfortunately, I think that's what's going to happen. I think as soon as United States leaves water treatment, everyone is going to be looking at them. Maybe the only way for that not to happen is if Chile moves on Colombia earlier than right now. And I think that might just happen, actually. You can see them grouping up towards the ridgeline towards the east. It's kind of the obvious play as well, but it doesn't need to happen just yet. But I think for Chile, it doesn't really matter. I think that just gives them more time to fight. And I think you can see it here already. Chile is thinking about this in this very second. And they've already put out the smokes to get that breach going. And from that point onwards, it's gotta be a matter of seconds, excuse me, before it happens. Nade's being popped out as well. It's the car that drives up close. They've got the P90 in hand. First nade pops, no real damage being done as the counter nades are coming on in. Killers, Malcolm and Legal on the front lines, with Molina is reporting from the back.
Good damage coming out. The jumping shotgun over the top should do the trick. Gets the first, comes back and almost makes it inside. Potro's there and they take two instantly. Nice entries from the Chilean squad. As the nades were looking good, the nades were looking dangerous, but they have survived them now. Now the UMP can come out. The shots exchange. He's down to just 1 HP, but they've brought it down to a 2v1 at this point. They've gotten the power in numbers. They've got the P90 as well. And with the res that's already coming on through, this is a done deal. Chile has overcome. Chile has run this down. It should be a matter of seconds here. The jumps are a little bit awkward, but they close it out in the end. 8 elims already for Chile. And they are not just doing that, they're also putting themselves in the spot that is probably just winning the game here at this point, Felix. And just like that, Potro is able to peek on over and do what he does best, which is farm damage on range, put out knocks, put out pressure, as Argentina just evaporates.
Yeah, but also United States grabbing more frags, maybe even being aggressive against Chile right here. They've really got fire now. And I love seeing it. Yes, they lose 2 players in the process, but also pick up more frags. It's been 9, maybe even 10 frags now for the United States. That's as much as Chile has gotten in this round, despite them not having such an easy path inside of it. So good on them. Circle obviously kind of centers up. And who knows, maybe United States can still have a say in this one, depending on if they're going to be able to get Mushtaba, but I don't think that's going to happen, you can see. He's all on the open, just as much as Bad Boy is. Couple of easy shots as Chile takes down Bad Boy in the distance. And more frags now being secured as a result of that for Chile. These guys are unstoppable. Just when you think Brazil has maybe gotten the first place now, it would need a big round and Brazil to go out early. That's exactly what happens. Brazil goes out early and Chile strikes back with fears and a menacing performance as well. Winning every single fight entirely clean. And they just gotta be careful of not doing any stupid mistakes now. And that's not gonna happen either. Perfect crossfire. Team USA eliminated. They didn't know about his position. He was pretty smart about that as well. Good on Pika, but doesn't even matter. Chile drives through, plows through, and there's just no enemy to be found for them or Brazil at all.
On a different level. They're all on a different level. And they're fighting for first place. They're keeping it spicy, they're keeping it interesting, but they're keeping everybody at more than just an arm's length. They're keeping everybody at a few meters length. And the team like Argentina play another good game, they play a solid game, but they don't play a game that's good enough. Eureka, he's flying through these smokes, he's looking for maybe even a roadkill. The P90 on Elite will surely do the trick. The nade is almost perfect. It's a matter of time, it's a matter of seconds. They can throw this game away if they want to. They don't want to, but if they do throw it away, it won't matter. As you can see, they've already done the job. They've gotten the elims. It's another bit of a drive over. It's in the end. The P90 flies in, and they close things out. Chile, they're styling on it, Felix. They're having fun with it. They're loving it. And it's a 13-kill chicken dinner.
I thought it wasn't going to be possible to catch Brazil. I thought Brazil is going to get a couple of points now, and Chile is going to have a tough time breaking the bank, is going to have a tough time crawling themselves back. But, well, what do I know at this point? It's Chile and Brazil just back and forth, trading wins. And this time around, it's been Chile. 13 frags, as you said. That's going to mean 23 points. And we have another top spot again. I don't think Brazil has gotten enough points in this game to be able to hold on to that one spot. I think it's going to be quite different, actually. Let's take a look back at some of these highlights. As we saw Chile starting this entire fight in what looked like a good comeback from the United States. Because, yes, they cleaned Panama, but look what happens afterwards.
Yeah.
Right, it was the United States actually grabbing a knock on Eureka, but they went back. They revived him, and off of that position in Minas, off of United States closing the distance, they're able to still secure the win. That's how much strength, that's how much willpower these guys have, and that's how consistent and clean these guys play. Unbelievable performance from Chile all around in this entire qualification.
Can I take you back to the start of this match where you were asking for predictions? And I said my heart says Argentina.
Oh, come on now. Oh, come on now.
Chile.
Yeah, your brain obviously is one,
Yes,
and
it's just,
I'm not bad about
huge.
that. I always thought your brain was your biggest strength. So
Yeah.
no worries.
Huge, massive like this.
Massive, big brain stuff.
Massive like Chile in fights, and massive like Brazil in rotations, and massive like the World Esports Championships in Riyadh in August.
And also the United States so far today.
No, not August. August is the African Esports.
Yes, it's November, but
Yeah.
don't worry, I got you. Don't worry, I got you. Just as much as Patro has got his team, he's been.
Crazy
I said it
man.
before. He's been the biggest part, in my
Yeah.
opinion, on why these guys are standing back at the top. He's the most experienced guy out of this roster, so it's not necessarily a surprise. But then again, he's had ups and downs playing in PMSL too. So I was just a very tiny bit worried that he's not going to perform as much with different kinds of players all around him. But yeah, that mix of players from 9Z and Team Kazu has worked out amazingly well. And I said it before, if these guys will play in PMSL right now, I think they'd perform as well. I think they would easily have a top 5 spot in there with the way these guys are fighting. Now, obviously it's early to tell, but 9Z has not been as crazy as Team Kazu has been in PMSL. So something is definitely working for these guys. And maybe, just maybe, that's also part of the reason why they've actually played with that mix of players now. Yes, the rest of the players from Team Kazu are not Chile, obviously from Chile, but I also think that, once again, it would have worked out either way. Because there were different options. There would have been Franco, for example, from Entity 7 as well. There would have been Maxi from Entity 7 too. So there's more than just a couple of players coming in from the Chile region that played at a really, really high level. But they actually went for these two guys, actively went for these two guys. And look what has happened. It worked out perfectly. 23 points, 13 points though for the United States. In my opinion, the winner of the day, excluding these top teams, but even including these top 2 teams, because that is a comeback that none of the other teams have been able to do so far.
Yeah, like a valid effort, and you love to see it, and you love to see them coming back a little bit. It's the second time now that we see them in the team head-to-head. It's the second time we see them in the player head-to-head. They've been putting up really good numbers here, and they've been showing that they're messing with the best, right? Mushtaba, 4 elims for him. We have a team head-to-head that's probably going to show you a whole lot of Chile, but also quite a lot of the USA here with 8 elims. Big bunch of damage, almost the same amount of damage as Chile. And yeah, I mean, big comeback for them. They're just going to be a little bit upset about how that first day went, because they've really put themselves out of contention.
Definitely.
With how poor that first day went. 71 points now. They might end up in third here, but second is just a different class. How crazy is that? It's almost double the points from a 4th place to a 2nd place. It's almost double the points. What is that?
I said it before. I think it's crazy how early that qualification was done and dusted. And I thought the difference, 41 points that we had in match 3 and match 4, was big enough to secure a lead, but I thought it was going to be closer at the end of the 6 games, right? Maybe break it down to maybe a 20, 25 point difference. It's now increased by another 10 points because these teams are not slowing down. There's no way for them to slow down because they're never in any real trouble. Usually how these types of qualification endings go is that one team is going to be heavily focused, too many third parties going on. Because of its 11-team lobby, that is never up for debate. If you finish your fights fast, there is never a potential to third party. The very top teams will always be able to have isolated fights. And if you win these isolated fights because you're just better, and these guys are at the moment, then there is no way to come back. There is no legitimate way for anyone to come back, and that's what we're seeing right now. Chile and Brazil increasing the distance, despite being in a spot that is horrible to go into for especially 11-team lobby and also into the last 2 games, because that could also work against them. If you can only have isolated fights, that means teams could be able to focus you. Teams could be able to find you on the map. They know where you guys are looting. They could find you based off of the kill feed, and then obviously breach you, get into fights. They have no worries of being third-partied. But if no one if no one is able to actually take you down, then there's no chance to benefit off of that either.
They've done crazy things today, and they've stayed crazy strong, and they've stayed crazy consistent throughout this day.
Yeah.
And consistent is a good segue to the timing of our breaks. We have one more break for you guys. It's the last break. It's the last break of the Americas qualifier for the World Esports Championship. We'll be gone for another 5 minutes, and then we have one last game. One last game on Miramar, one last game of this qualifier, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Mas coming back into the last game of the day, coming back to the last day of the qualifier. You could have asked me for a lot of predictions, you could have asked me for a lot of opinions, you could have asked me for crazy things that might happen. 50-point difference between second and third would have not been on the list. Fun fact, right? We have 44 players in the lobby. That means if you kill everybody except yourself and your teammates, you're getting a 40 kill win. That's 50 points. The gap's 51, no? I think it's just we're actually mathematically impossible. I've never
I keep telling you.
seen that happen. Actually mathematically impossible. I've never seen that happen.
I don't know.
It doesn't.
I don't remember a time.
It doesn't happen.
It has ever not been possible. So yeah, I agree with you. This is why this is why I had this uncontrollable laugh earlier, where I realized that it might actually come down to this, right? With no matter how this last round goes in a best of 12, it's always, and I'm saying always, obviously excluding this tournament, it's always somewhat possible, at least mathematically possible, that one team can still grab a qualification spot, and this. Both! I'm talking about both qualification spots are mathematically impossible to be taken. And that's because the sheer amount of dominance Chile and Brazil are showing in this lobby is a force.
In a best of 12.
Is a force to
this is not like a best
to be reckoned with.
38, you know?
Yeah.
What?
Look, we're sitting here just at a loss for words. And I think we've been sitting here at a loss for words for the last 3 rounds. Because at that point, it was already kind of, closing down on this current leaderboard situation. It don't make no sense, but it is how it is. 50 points difference as we're heading to the last game. It's done and dusted. We hate to break it to you guys, but your favorite team, unless it is Chile and Brazil, is unfortunately not going to perform at the Iesf World Esports Championship 2024 in Riyadh later this year in November. But that being said, we got a couple of shout-outs, and we're going to go through them, I think, at the start of the next match, which is going to happen very shortly. United States, I keep on saying that name.
Yeah.
I keep on saying the United States has surprised me today, and I think deservingly so. If there's any one team to be named, after this day, it has to be them. Fearless. Absolutely fearless. They're not being brought down. They're not being put down by absolutely anyone today. And despite that team having a way tougher road into these zones than the rest of the teams, they consistently search for fights early. They are super quick on third partying as well. Look at that fight against Brazil, for example, or Guatemala against Brazil. Look how fast they rotated across almost the entire safe zone, because they knew if we don't third party everyone right now, we should have done this yesterday is probably what they're thinking, then there's no chance to catch up to the top 5. And now they have done it. These mad lads have done it. The USA is back on the running for a top 5 with another good game. They will finish this one off in that top 5 too. And I think that is a really good result coming off of a rather inexperienced roster.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see them come back to the standards we had for them. Look at the map though, for Alex, and look at where Argentina is, and look what's going on. We've got a Hacienda del Patron hot drop. They've all said uno más, and we're not wasting any time. We're going in onto this, and we're going hard. First few shots already exchanged. No knocks that I've seen in the kill feed. But this is not a peaceful one. This is not one that goes quietly. This is not one that dissolves. This is a hot one, and there is the knock and the flush. Rema takes out Varos, and Argentina puts one on the tally towards the unthinkable, the incredible, the undoable.
Yeah. It's gonna be tough, I think, for anyone to fight Argentina, despite obviously them not having the performance now today that they wanted. But in an isolated fight like this, I think they'll still have the advantage. You can see them pre-firing the corners. You can see their individual skill. Literally just based off of that single pre-fire. And the results are now following. 1 frag, 2 frags. Argentina have now taken every single frag. And that's the first team going out. Panama, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye. You guys have been amazing. Yes, you've been the 10th place team, but then again, you are a rather unexperienced, a rather small region at the PUBG Esports Cosmos, but I think you've made your country proud. You've played every single match. You've shown us some really good fighting ability as well. Yes, it's happened. Unfortunately, just not quite enough, as much as we would have hoped for it to happen, but I think finding a couple of good clips here and there and finding a couple of frags and competing in some of the best teams, obviously, not only here, but in the entire world. I mean, we have some PMSL competition in here. Is definitely a learning experience, and I think that's what it ultimately comes down to, right? Grabbing as much experience off of that tournament as you can.
It's got to be the goal for most of the teams in the lobby right now. It's got to be the goal for almost anyone still competing. And now we're absolutely in the territory where... Whoa, Jesus, Trent. All right, calm down. Where was this Trent in the last 3 hot drops?
Yeah.
Would have loved to see that a little earlier. If you're a Suriname fan, and we know there's plenty of Suriname fans, but there's a third team rolling on in. Ecuador is saying, well, this is not really going according to plan, is it? Colombia has knocked on the door. Colombia has found 1, 2, 3 entries into this. And if you were still believing in the Argentina dream, I think they were able to lose 1 kill to a different team out of the whole lobby. That's now been brought up to 7. It's over. It's not over for Trent though, but this would be another crazy, unthinkable thing. And he does step into the nade, doesn't hear it in time. Colombia with another push towards the leaderboard that might net them a 3rd place.
Good stuff from Darian. Makes it out of the city alive at the very least. He's going to be able to continue playing this game. Rest of his team, obviously, unfortunately, has fallen short here in Monte, but it's been a 3-way fight this time around. So that makes it even tougher. Eureka, how the hell have you not got a car in Chumazera? Because he is probably rotating on foot right now. But yeah, either way, 2 teams taken out of phase 1. I think at this point, with everything being decided already, it's become clear that, just judging by these first 2 fights, that no one is really taking this as seriously as the first couple of rounds today, where everything was still possible. What a dreamy world we lived in back then. That's changed drastically with Brazil and Chile literally trading wins back and forth. And there we have them. The one hope that we had for today, to make anything a little bit more exciting, Argentina still 4 alive in the early stages. Looking to solidify their position in 3rd place.
It was looking nice. It was looking nice at the start of the day. It fell apart very, very quickly. And I think a good half of that is Argentina falling short. Good half of that is crazy stuff coming out of Brazil and Chile. Just unbeatable today, both of them. Just not meant to be, you know. Chile in another situation where they're trying to grab some kills early, they're trying to get aggressive, and Potro probably gonna nail one out of that. Car has to be careful he doesn't get run over. Doesn't want to die to the roadkill. Now maybe wants to go for a bit of a reset. He's in a 1vx here. He can't decide what to do, Falix. He can't decide if he wants to run away with it or take the fight. Runs away last second. That might cost him his life. He has a little bit of cover from his teammates from afar. And might just get himself out in time here. I think he's just done it. But there's more shots coming over. Legal doesn't want to get himself knocked though, so Potro stays alive for just a while longer.
He's still got a monstrous task ahead of him, as Colombia is slowly but surely closing in on him. And yeah, I mean, that crossfire is perfect now, right? And Potro does the only smart thing, which is cooking up a nade, trying to deny Legal that direct breach, but somehow no one's watching anymore. I say that, but there goes Molina, picks him up, and there's once again nothing to be done about this. Perfect crossfire coming in from Legal. He repositions to take him down, to give him nothing short of that one nade in terms of making something happen, and that nade didn't even hit in the first place, so not only that worked. It is a quick trade coming in from Simple. Illegal has been knocked down, so that means the rest of the team now has to follow suit and rotate down the hill if they want to save him.
No doubt in my mind that they will try. This is not a game anymore where you cut your losses. This is not a game anymore where you disengage from a fight. This is a going all out or nothing kind of situation. Achilles caught now makes things a little bit harder for Melina and Malcolm. They still should be able to fight for this, and that's what Malcolm will do. Unexpected angle, too far off to the side for Eureka to realize. He does get another trade. We're going down to a 2 versus 3 situation, I believe. It's getting more and more complex here with no reses coming through.
More shots now. Elite. Nice shot, Malcolm. It's a pretty good pickup because no one's there to trade him. Molina is a ridgeline over, and he's now on a pretty tough one as well. Wow, Elite somehow makes it work. I mean, he was the first one to receive damage, but his A, I mean,
He's
wow.
better.
Yeah, he's literally just better in this instance. His sidestepping was absolutely pinpoint perfect. He dodged the bullets like Neo and Matrix, to be honest. That's what it looked like. So good pickup from Elite, as Chile will secure 4th kill here in this instance. Phase 2 only, and we have 7 teams remaining. Cool.
That's crazy. That really is the pinnacle of this tournament, is it? It's been a lot of slow early games, and it's been a lot of crazy late games. But now that it's pretty much all over, everybody's just throwing the playbook in the wind. Ecuador 1 alive. Colombia just taken out. Suriname and Panama gone with the wind. And the top dogs still winning out on their fights. 141 for Chile. 11 points for Brazil to catch up. You would usually say that's tough. You would usually say that's tricky. But with half of the lobby done and Brazil 4 players up, I wouldn't doubt it for a second. I would even, as dumb as that sounds, I would almost put them as the favorites here versus Chile.
Yeah. More shots back and forth. Uruguay has had big highs today as well, but even more lows, unfortunately. Joaco there with a bridge camp in phase 1. I'll never forget it, honestly. I'll always look back at this round and be like, this guy denied 2, maybe even 3 teams and countries, obviously, an entry towards military base. Not even once, but for the next 10 minutes in total, even though he wasn't even there anymore. Just because of 1 knock and a couple of shots in phase 1. And all because he ran with an M4 and nothing else straight towards the bridge after the first couple of buildings. What a madman.
Mad lad.
Joaco, I'll never forget it. What a madman.
Mad lad. They've done a lot of work today, Uruguay. They've done really good things. They almost got a back-to-back in the first 2 as well. Just stopped by some really good plays by Brazil, and could have maybe had a bit of dreaming as well if they strung a few rounds together. Small neighbor country of the Argentina that just hasn't been able to do it today. Hasn't been able to continue their form from yesterday. Still impressive stuff, regardless, right? You can't fault them. You can't complain. It's just us casters wishing for a little bit more spice in the tournament. But they've done a really good job yesterday.
Good job yesterday, unfortunately not enough today to really make an even bigger mark than what they already have. Same could be said about these top 2 teams. No one's really safe yet in that one spot. It's going to come down to that very last game that we have at hand here. Brazil looking to close things out to secure themselves a really good compound. Potentially the best compound with this current circle. And it's all 4 players still alive. Same, I do believe, cannot be said about Chile, obviously. With them having lost players in the early stages. I think it's just Elite and Simple left standing on the western side. Uruguay has got a pretty wide split as well. This is a pretty dangerous split, but a pretty risky one, and I really dig it. May even get an airdrop to reward themselves with. That what happens. Take risks, take big splits, and you get an airdrop to top it off, and maybe even opportunity to use that MG right away. Simple drives to that main road from east to west, or north to south, rather, judging by his POV and the map in general. But he will be denied that first pickup right away.
Potential fight for the Chilenos, but it's not looking like they're super interested. They're more interested in just improving their position a little bit, but very quickly caught off and cut off by the Uruguayan squad. Huaco, though, on the other side will fall, so he's been going a little too deep, been going a little bit too far, excuse me. Where was that accent coming from? But I'm not sure if Elite had an idea. He does now. He does have to react quick, though. Has 3 gear and an MG3 on the other side. He's running circles around them. They've brought this into a 2v1. Somehow it's going all sorts of wrong. It's a chaotic fight. The doors are closing. Cue the Benny Hill theme. As Siete, his teammate, is completely on the other side of the map. 2v2 now. Yeah,
2v2. And yeah, as you said, no one's really there to hold. And look at this. Siete goes down. In the meanwhile, they're being breached from both sides. It's going to play perfectly into the hands of Chile. Unfortunately, I don't think Chile knows that this is Uruguay right above them. So, if I'm not mistaken, they have no idea that someone from that team literally just got taken down on the other side of the map. If they would know this, I think they would know that this is a 2v2. But for right now, they can just assume that it is, based off of the amount of angles that the people have gotten onto them. And it's not been many. Only one player outside of the building, obviously. It leaves limited space for anyone to be at. They are playing it slow. They don't want to go out just yet. The lead even is repositioning. That's dangerous. With that vehicle repositioning, he could have been shot out a million times by now, but he's not doing so. And this is a perfect bait. Okay, so this is a bait. They're trying to bait Uruguay into peeking Zimpler, running through that house unguarded.
Yeah.
So he can take them down.
It's a big risk, like you said, but could work out in the long run. Util comes in for Little Boy. That's a good nade as well by Law, excuse me. And Brazil is looking to continue where they've just picked this off. Mustafa gets the res on through. And this is a hard building to clear out with Util. There's a lot of pieces of cover there. There's a lot of high ground you can be on, a lot of verticality inside of the walls as well. They finally find one knock back, but only after that Diego has been knocked.
One more nade coming in. Might just be enough, but it doesn't hit. Unfortunately, it would have gone towards the left-hand side of the building. Maybe the United States would have been taken down, but not like that. This is a good nade, though, kid. Takes down Diego. And almost immediately, Brazil knows that there's nothing more to gain from us here. There's nothing else we can do in this one. Just rotate back. We've got the circle. We can keep the United States. And Bad Boy is even going to be able to get taken down by the blue zone as a result. So good stuff from Brazil. They're still playing smart. This is crazy. How can you still be that disciplined and that methodical, even if you know you're qualified? I don't even understand this. I wouldn't play this discipline myself if I'd be in their shoes. But they are. They're going to show you how big of a professional team that is. And obviously we know these guys have performed a very high stage of the international scene, but even in a qualifier to stay that disciplined, I think that speaks volume about their character as a team.
They're professionals, and that's what you love to see, right? They're really treating this with the respect it's due, and with the motivation that you would want from a top contender. Chile on the other side has gone out. They have been cleared out by Uruguay, and that means that We might actually see Brazil taking this in the long run. USA probably very short-lived here. Little boy makes it in. Law makes it in. They survive for now. And Argentina has another problem on their hands now. They've got a neighbor. They've been chilling in this hacienda area. They've been taking it slow. They still have the same 4 elims they got in the very first minutes of the game. And it's looking like they've understood their fate. And they are just playing for a third. Playing for a win in this one, maybe. Completely in understanding that this is not the opportunity anymore. The opportunities have passed.
Zone might not even matter as much, to be honest. This is a really far pickup, actually. Nuts shots. That's actually nuts. Jerry taking down Lauritsen. Mystic, I think, was there for the flush. And that means we might not see a Brazil or Chile dinner to close out this game. With that being said, though, still 2 players left alive, and Law especially standing. So, I might get ahead of myself here. Uruguay, meanwhile, being taken down by the United States. These guys are fragging as well. They've never stopped fragging. They will stop fragging now. USA, the next team to go out, as we have only 4 teams left alive. 12 players! And we have to say goodbye once more to the United States. They've shown us great strength, great willpower throughout this last day. Yesterday, unfortunately, is where they've missed the chance of really doing anything special. That's where they really had to get a feel for the lobby first. And in comparison to how Chile and Brazil started this one, it was just a bit too late.
Too little, too late. Story of the day. Mystic knocked. He's been the cornerstone of this Argentinian success, but not showing up to the same extent. I think he's still in the top 5 performers overall. I think he's been pushed out. Maybe last game, maybe the game before that. Yeah, I think after game 10, he was still in the top 5 performers, even though they've had a really abysmal day. But it hasn't been enough, and now in this 4-team situation, they're looking decent. They're looking good. They have a lot of control. They have a lot of high ground. They have a good chance to win this game. But
still need to do so, though.
Yeah.
And
it's also not out of the realms of possibilities that we just see Brazil running away with it. You know, we know they can do it. We know they've done it time and time again. I'm not counting anyone out here.
Not counting anyone out yet either, but I'd like to see Guatemala now actually take it home. We have not seen a Guatemalan win just yet. They've also fought very fierceful. We've met the Guatemalan squad. Not this exact squad, unfortunately. Pretty sure we haven't. I think Kevel, for example, has been missing. But we've met these guys last year. Amazing players. Even more amazing humans. Strong players. They've improved massively over the course of the last 12 months too. So seeing Guatemala in this very small country as well perform at this stage is it's nothing short of amazing. So I'd really love to see them win this now. But then again, it's Argentina, internationally experienced fraggers and players all around as their biggest competition in this one, and based off of the position as well, we gotta give them the slight advantage in the last match of this qualifier here for the America region.
Slow one for Guatemala. Not a crazy game for Argentina either, but they've at least started it with a bang, and they've slowed down massively since. Guatemala really been taking their time, playing position, while a lot of the lobby was just going crazy. And like you said, they could reward themselves here. They have 4 man up. Maybe position is slightly better for the Argentinian side, but we've seen stranger things. 2 from Uruguay could play a part. The Brazilian duo could play a part. With 2 more zones shifting in.
Doors gonna close soon. As Uruguay slowly but surely is closing in on Argentina. And Argentina, in the meanwhile, hasn't really moved any of their plays. Still Rema playing up close, 2 players up on the buildings. While Guatemala in the very far distance as well is going to be the team now rotating on through. And I think that's going to be the next fight that we're seeing as well. They didn't really have to fight yet. You can tell that overall eliminations, that they're not included in this one either. But it's pretty interesting sitting while we stay here. Eureka and Lawrence Zinn actually has they both have 23. They're both in the one spot right now, tied for overall eliminations. Which is something that I wouldn't necessarily have expected. I thought there's going to be different players up there. I thought Law was going to be somewhere at the very top as well, but he is further down indeed. So 23 frags right now is the one to beat. Unfortunately, nothing's going to really change there because Burnsin is not alive anymore, and obviously Eureka isn't either. But at least the rest of the Brazilian players could make a couple of moves upwards.
Mystic only needs 5 more, and then maybe he's in contention there. You know. Only has to kill 2 of Brazil, 2 of Uruguay, 1 of Guatemala. Possible. Maybe there's a comeback story that we can believe in. Maybe there's some copium that we can have fun. But it's the last time I'll say it.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. One more zone popping on in. Phase 7. The players have been playing to their absolute best ability. No one's taking any crazy risks anymore. Nobody's going over the top. Everybody wants to win this game. Everybody wants to take the absolute maximum away. And it shifts fairly central. It shifts fairly reasonable for everybody involved. It's going to push Uruguay into a bit of a corner. With not a ton of space left. And it's going to have to put Argentina in front of a decision. Do they want to push the stables now? Or do they fall back, regroup with their teammates and coexist with these Brazilian players?
Yeah, that's... you put it perfectly. That's the big question. And how they will approach this last fight. Fortunately, the decision, I think, will be made for them, depending on how the other teams move. And that's going to happen sometime soon, hopefully, because I haven't really seen fights in the last 10 minutes. We got to wake back up. It's unfortunate, but with 4 teams, I don't think I've seen this ever before. From phase 4 and 5 onwards, everyone's kind of got a position at that point. You don't really need to fight, so you can kind of just chill. You know, let it work out for you. And I can understand why. I mean, if 2 players from Brazil are literally in the wires right in front of you, you would think twice about breaching them.
Yeah. Never seen that before. Never seen 7 teams in a phase 3 before. But that was a nice pre-fire. That was a crazy pre-fire. Somehow almost gets a knock there. 80. 1 HP. Rema down to half. 1 more bullet could have done the trick. Could have brought a player down. Could have made this endgame all but possible for the Brazilian squad. Now, Uruguay, as expected, have moved towards the zone, but have been stuck to a corner. Not a lot of space for them. Same is true for the Brazilian duo. But the interesting fight is going to be the 4v4, if we do get to see it in Mystic. Wow. Just get sat down. It's going to have to be a quick res for Argentina, because this phase is popping in 15 seconds, and they want to be ready for it.
Yeah, they want to be ready for it. And I think they will be as well, from everything that we've seen. I think if there's any team that has been ready throughout these 12 matches, it has been Brazil, really. So them needing to exit this warehouse means they have to find the right timing. I think as soon as Uruguay kind of activates and moves in, I think that's when they will make their move as well. You can kind of tell they're looking towards it. When does Uruguay really need to move? But they haven't found the timing just yet. And somehow they have crossed this ridgeline. I'm wondering how is he alive there? But he really isn't. And it's actually Uruguay taking down Little Boy, and Argentina getting the flush still. That means one more point for Argentina. But once again, it's too late. It was 50 points before that. So we can only really get as hype. But talking about Guatemala and Argentina, coming back to it, that's going to be the deciding fight. Who's going to take the very last round now of the America Regional Qualifier here for the Iesf World Esports Championship? We've got our results already. We know it is Brazil and Chile going to Riyadh later this year. But who can save himself at least some fight phase? Who can really go out with the big swing that everyone has been hoping for? And by the looks of it, both really do have equal chances, with, in my opinion, Guatemala being at a very slight disadvantage. But that could be negated if they have enough cars to move around these hardcover spots from Argentina.
Neither of these teams has been able to win a game yet. Argentina was very close to qualifying at the end of yesterday. They were in second place coming into today. We were talking about how crazy it is, how many placement points they have without a win. Still haven't been able to catch one. They're still in third place. They're still the team that's closest to contesting the absolute dominance towards the top. But no, also they have not been able to get themselves a chicken dinner. Neither has Guatemala in ninth. Whoever wins is going to be a new winner. It's going to broaden our winners club a little bit. Alex taken down. We've got Tony. The man's been putting up numbers. The man's been late alive. And Mystic, look at this. Mystic has a free kill right in front of them. It's not converting it just yet. The shotgun comes on through. The support comes on through. Rema is really just putting down the numbers in Argentina in the last match of the tournament. Wow. They're finally coming alive. They're storming over this. They want to close this out nice and quick. Ooh. Tony with a big shotgun. But it's not enough in the end. Argentina will take away the one last win. It's too little too late, but it's a bit of a consolidation prize for the boys from down south. And it will cement them as clearly the closest in a competition that wasn't very close.
Yeah, it's got to be said. But it's also got to be said that not only your brain, but also your heart has now shined through in the last two matches of the day. Unfortunately, yeah, Argentina, it's not going to be enough as you head into the highlights. We talked about this, man. But what a slow ending phase that was. I don't think I've ever seen such a slow ending phase. I was kind of hoping some teams were going to make a move earlier than that. But as I said in the middle of the game, it kind of goes to show you how serious these teams take these last couple of fights in this tournament, right? They really, really want to make it happen. They want to go out with the maximum amount of points they can potentially pick up. And this was an indication of that, right? Staying alive until the very last seconds, not making any sudden and unnecessary moves. And we saw that from the very beginning. Yes, it's aggression, but it's calculated aggression. And that's also not always to be found, even if you don't have a chance anymore, to still play like that, to still have that kind of discipline. Or even if you have already qualified, like Brazil, like Chile, to still put out numbers like this is quite amazing to see, and speaks to the professionalism that we have coming in from all these different esports federations.
Absolutely, and a lot of teams have shown today that even though they weren't in the running for qualification anymore, they still did their absolute best, and they still did their absolute hardest tries to get anywhere close to it, to get anywhere up the leaderboard, to get anywhere on those standings, and give us some highlights, give us some good entertainment, give them a good showing of what their federation can achieve, right? I mean, just even there at the end, two teams that haven't won a game, two teams that can't qualify anymore, doing their absolute best and doing whatever they can to win the game. Rema had a big one in this one. Haiti picking up a few frags towards the end, and Mystic, the so far top fragger for Argentina, probably still the top fragger for Argentina, with a really quiet day today, and it's one of the things that's been missing for them.
Yeah, missing points, especially to qualify. As we're heading over to these last statistics on the very last game of the day and the very last game of the America qualification. I wish I could tell you anything else than, yeah, it's been unfortunate that it's been decided so early. I think that's ultimately what it comes down to. These last games, they just didn't matter anymore with how well Brazil and how well Chile has played throughout this qualifier, and this is not a given. Yes, these teams have some of the most experienced players, especially Brazil, coming in as a full four-man, but Argentina had PMSL players as well. Plenty of teams had PMSL players and still couldn't have the level of, I guess, consistency and also just fragging power that they did. I mean, look at Uruguay. Joaco and Cardi, these guys, especially Joaco, he's played in PMSL as well. Dominican Republic, PMSL players inactive, literally from Titan Gaming NA. He's got amazing teammates too, really experienced teammates in that roster. I mean, he's played with, I believe, Doran and Redox as well. So it's not an unexperienced roster by any chance. And obviously talking about Argentina as well, 21 points, just as much as the other ones, PMSL players, but only 2 teams have really run away with it. And that was Brazil and Chile. And so that performance, in my opinion, even better than I think the points really give them credit for. Even more impressive because of that, because the competition was that high.
Yeah, and there's no shame in getting third here. There's no shame in not making it when it's just not been a possibility for a lot of these teams. It's just been a different competition with a Brazil that just runs away with things, a Chile that seems impossible to take down in fights. But like we said, right, a lot of these countries showed up. Colombia in the last game, we've had Ecuador in the one before it, really just popping off, coming in, playing beautiful PUBG and showing everybody that they want to compete in this and they want to show what they can do. But they all just falter in front of the top 2, and yes, it's upsetting how far the distance was between these teams, but it's also crazy how good the top 2 teams are and how clearly the favorites they were, just running away with it completely. Yes, you can see the negatives, but you can also see the positives. These 2 teams have just shown they're in a different league than anybody else in their region right now, and they absolutely deserve to go to the World Esports Championship. They've even made it close for top 1. I think Brazil tried to close that gap a little bit towards the end, but in the end, nobody has made a clearer statement that they deserve to be at the World Esports Championship than Brazil and Chile.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we will be crowning our top 2 right now. Selected to Riyadh will be Chile and Brazil. And these 2 countries, these 2 nations, these 2 teams, these 2 representatives have given it all on the battlefield. Not only today, but also yesterday. They have been absolutely dominant. They have been amazing. I don't think, and I've said this before, you said it before as well, Kobo, we have never seen such a dominant performance in any of the Iesf World Esports Championship qualifiers.
Yeah.
But yeah, despite such a fierce competition, Chile and Brazil will be going to Riyadh later stages of this year. They will be having a shot at the $130,000 in prize pool that we have available here from Iesf for PUBG Mobile, and deservingly so once more. These guys have given it all. They've been incredibly dominant. They've literally traded wins back and forth. It's good to see them later this year at the World Esports Championship.
And there we have it. Overall standings, Brazil, they close the gap a little bit. They don't close the gap entirely. It's Chile in first, 142 and 138. That's way over 10 points per game. That's way over 11 points per game for both these teams, just clearly above the rest. And Argentina with a super respectable 3rd place. Coming into this last day, a little bit on the weaker side, closing it out strong. And then the team of the day, like you said, United States, right? Pushing themselves all the way up into 4th, where the team gets so competitive. The field gets so stacked once you move away from the top 3 here. But again, double the points on the 1st place than the 4th place is a crazy statement.
It's amazing. It's nothing short of amazing. I know we keep on bringing this story up, but Chile and Brazil closing out this qualifier with 36 points difference to 3rd and 4th place. even more so towards 4th place, actually, is nothing short of incredible, and something, once more, we haven't really seen come out on any of these Iesf World Esports Championship qualifiers. Let's hype up the match MVP once more. It is obviously a player from Colombia. It is Molina picking it up. We've seen this guy perform amazing throughout this qualifier process. Very unfortunate it hasn't been enough. Let's take a look at some of these top performance. MVP will be taken by Lorenzen. Who would have thought? The 5th man for Influence Rage, the representatives coming out of Brazil. 24 elims. Barely overtakes Milivan there on 23, who's also had an amazing performance throughout this qualification. And you can tell, the entire top performance, full of Chile and obviously Brazilian players. These two teams not only having the large share of points, but also frag heavy. And yes, we said placement points are going to be needed. They are going to be more important now with 11 teams, but these two teams have done both of it. So you really can't take away anything from these two teams, from these two countries. They very deservingly qualified.
Very deservingly so, and I feel like there was a lot of players that could have deserved that MVP there. I feel like we had a lot of people very close to it, right? All of these Chilean players, 3 of them in the top 5 as well. But in the end, the stats don't lie, and some of Lorenzen's kills, especially impact kills towards the later stages, have been absolutely insane. So well-deserved MVP, and I can't wait to see these guys perform in Riyadh. But guys, it is the end. It is the end of the qualification. Brazil in 2nd place, Chile in 1st. And I just want to say thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for watching. It's been a blast. It's been an experience, I want to say. It's been different. And thanks for all the guys behind the scene as well. Thanks for all the IGE production stuff, everybody pulling strings in the background, organizing this stuff. It's been a show, and I can't wait to see what these guys do on the global stage.
Brazil and Chile have been nothing but dominant from start to finish. Brazil started it, Chile ended it as well with the performance that we've seen today. Take a look back at the 19 kill chicken dinner if you haven't. Watch back the day yesterday, because it was way more exciting than today. I just gotta be honest. These two teams have run away with it. They were never in contention. No one got anywhere close. So hype it up for Brazil and Chile. And I think if you really want to see a crazy stacked tournament, tune in to the obviously to the African World Esports Championship that we have coming up, but also towards the Iesf World Esports Championship later this year, where we see all of these teams again. All of these teams is a little bit of an overstatement, but at least Brazil and Chile. And I think at this point, it's going to get a tiny bit closer. And by tiny bit, I mean it's going to go down to the wire. That I'm sure of. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to tune in and obviously subscribe and follow the rest of the Iesf socials. And obviously, thank you so much to the production and everyone out there watching. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a blast. See you guys in the next one.